Good morning, everyone. Sorry, just a minute. Someone's needs me to get them a passcode, so just hang on for one more minute and I'll get things started. Thanks for your patience. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the San Antonio chapter's second online offering of an NLCP class, Level 1 Introduction to Native Landscapes. Hope you're all comfortable and ready to get started. Sorry for the delay there. And apologies to the probably more than 6 people who sat through this class last week through the companion class, Native Landscapes for Birds. And so if there's any repetition, we've tried to mix things up, but there is an overlap of plants as well. Let's get going. If I can forward my screen, sorry. I'm gonna have to, oh, there it goes. Okay, the Native Landscape Certification Program, it's a program of the Native Plant Society of Texas. It started in San Antonio in 2009 with Level 1 created locally. The state adopted it in 2005 and hired a program coordinator in 2015 from a grant from the Fay and William Cowden Charitable Foundation. And today's presentation is hosted by the San Antonio chapter. The program, it's ultimately a 4-level program meant to educate the public and professionals both to know the value and promote the use of native Texas plants in our landscapes. The levels is stated here. Level 1 is required to be taken before any of the other levels. They have an optional book test, an optional open book test at the end of the class. You'll be sent a link for that if you choose to take it. I'll tell you a little more about that later. And then and as you see the 4 levels there, level 4 is currently under development. There's a good draft of it ready. And another companion class, which is about advocacy, is also under development. So today's class, you'll start off, there will be 2 main PowerPoints, a lecture on the introduction to native landscapes and then plant knowledge presented by different instructors, and then the plant walk, which normally occurs in person outside, will be virtual online here with groups led by, well, we're all together in one class, but we separated it into 4 segments with different leaders for each segment. So there's certificates. As I mentioned, there is a test that is offered online. You'll get a link for that this evening and have until Tuesday evening to complete it. So that's 3 days. It's an open book test done online. And then if you pass the test at 80% and you're in the class all day today, you'll be sent a certificate for this class level. And then in the future, if you complete levels 1 and 3, then you get there's another certificate for maintenance. And then once all 4 classes are taken and completed and tested, you can get a full NLCP certification. Okay, and so a little bit about the certificates. So the test is optional. If you don't take it, that's fine. But you have to stay here if you take the test, you need to stay for the entire class. And pass that test, you get that competency certificate. But if you take no test, you don't get a certificate. You can always continue NLCP classes once you've completed. And so we recommend the test if you want. It's optional. Anyone can take it, but it's recommended if you need it for a certification on a business card or a resume, professionally, education credits if they need you to test for something. If you want to ever teach this class, we require that you pass the test. And then we have a local native landscape certification program directory for the San Antonio area that lists people if they want to go out and help the public, either as a paid professional or as a volunteer. You can be listed in that directory. And then after today's class, you can take the rest of the levels in any order. They do not have to go in order. So after you complete the class today, you're going to receive an email with links to the class evaluation and an online test. Please complete the evaluation as soon as possible. You'll also get a PDF of the first presentation today. I'll tell you a little more about that in a bit, where we've got a handout for that, but you will be able to, everything you'll see on this first presentation, you will get a link for that and you can download it. And it includes all of the notes as well, not just what's on this, not just what you're seeing on the slide. Again, it's your choice to take the test. You'll have the 3 days to complete it until, I've heard it's until Tuesday evening or midnight or something. You must finish it though in 2 hours in one sitting. And then the results, if you pass at 80%, you get a link to your certificate that's emailed directly to you. The level 1 objectives, introduction to native landscaping. You're going to learn the 6 benefits of using native plants in the landscape. Know the differences between the types of development. San Antonio is quite rapidly developing, and there's different ways of doing it. There's conventionally, which is what we see most of, and sustainably, which is what we think that we hope that there will be more of in the future. You're going to be able to name and describe local ecoregions and soil vegetation types, become familiar with 40 native plants to Texas and 5 plants to avoid. And then there's that test again. Let's see, let me make sure. You do not have to, you're not expected to remember all of these details. And again, the test is open book, so the information is there for you. The handouts, you should have gotten an agenda. So there were the links that were sent to the handouts, and the agenda, just to let you know what we're aiming for today in terms of timing. Obviously, it's subject to change. There's an outline that was given that you follow along with the first presentation to just help you focus on the slides, but take some notes as well. Again, that presentation you'll get a link for after today. Then there's the slides to the plant knowledge portion. Then there's a plant list spreadsheet, which has detailed information for each plant. The virtual plant walk, I created that as a blank one for each segment of the plant walk that you can use for some notes as well. The resource list, that's kind of self-explanatory. We've got a flyer for our plant sale, and then there's just an article on the value of understory that's reprinted from the San Antonio water system. And so a lot of these are good resources for afterwards. I would still recommend you focus on the screen for the day when we're presenting, so you're not looking at too much paper on your desk. during the day. So our presenters, first is going to be Nancy Foss. She's a NPSOT member and master naturalist. She transformed her own landscape to natives, leads student groups in local natural areas, and raises various species of butterflies for educational purposes. Cleve Powell, who's doing plant knowledge. He's a NPSOT member and a master naturalist, currently works for the conservation program at SAWS and spends lots of effort propagating plants for residential gardens, especially the fun and obscure ones. Pete Hernandez, a NPSOT member and a master naturalist. He regularly leads nature walks within the San Antonio metro area, takes note of flora and fauna wherever he is, very active in iNaturalist. You can follow him there. And I'm a member of NPSOT for 15 years, a master naturalist since 2003, and I've got 20 years of experience working with native plants, and I'm past president of our chapter and current coordinator of the chapter, plus many other things. So we're your plant walk leaders. We'll plan on 5 to 10-minute breaks at the middle of the presentations and 15 minutes between presentations with half an hour for lunch. A little bit about Zoom meetings. Please keep your microphone muted and video off all day. If you're having difficulty hearing the presentation, try turning up the volume of your computer or other device. That's usually where the problem is. If you lose your connection or the session loses a connection, hopefully not. I'm hardwired to the router this morning. Just log in again with the same meeting ID and password as this morning. And if you have any connection issues, if things freeze on your machine, it might be someone in your house who's using bandwidth on your Wi-Fi, streaming videos or playing games. So you might want to look into that. And I just recommend leaving your computer on during the breaks. Class procedures. So when you have a question during a presentation, please post it on chat to everyone. Do not unmute and ask your question. It's just things go much more smoothly and efficiently that way. And we'll answer questions at breakpoints in the presentation. So just for some practice here, look at the bottom of your screen and click on the chat button down there and make sure it says to everyone. Type in your name and where you're connected from today. And one thing that will do is sorry, I just got distracted by chat. Type in your name and where you're connected from today, and this will serve as our first taking of attendance. I'll have you put in your names at the beginning of every segment that we do, because we've got to make sure everyone's here for the entire day. So, but go ahead and everyone get your names in, and whoops, someone has written on the screen. So thank you for that, I guess. So please don't annotate our screen while we're presenting, thanks. Okay, so if you haven't put in your information yet, you can still make sure you do that. But then the next thing, just to get to know the group a little bit, the participants button in the bottom of your screen as well. Click on that, and you'll see everyone who's here today, who's logged in. And we're just going to answer at the bottom of that pop-up window there. There's a yes and a no, and so the first question is, do you currently know if you have any native plants in your garden? So just answer yes to that or no on the participants. I'm going to open that up here too so I can see. And we've got a couple no's, mostly yeses. I'm assuming the no's might be interested in putting more in, but I'd say it's probably, people who've answered probably 90% do have native plants. Okay, I'm going to clear those answers. How about, where do you buy your plants? Do you get them at big box stores or do you go to the local nurseries? So the question is, do you mainly buy plants at big box stores? You know, Lowe's, Home Depot, HEB. I think those are the main ones. And it looks like most people, I have one person, a couple people say yes, most have said no. Okay. So now we know we're all shopping. All right, and then finally, do you primarily have lawn, mainly grass with a tree or two in your front and backyard? Is that a yes or a no? Just kind of gauge where people are in terms of how, okay. So it kind of looks like of the people who have answered, we're looking at probably no. Is more no's than yeses. Okay, make that smaller. Okay, so that just gives an idea of sort of where, you know, there's a mix of people who are actively converting and have these native landscapes, and then there's others who maybe will move on to that. So next slide. Let's see, come on, there we go. Quick thing, we're having a native plant sale online. Normally we have it at Hardberger Park in the spring and fall. This year we're doing it online with curbside pickup next Saturday. But the sale starts at 12:01 on Monday, October 5th until 11:59 on October 6th, 48-hour plant sale. And you can go online to tinyurl.com/bareRoots. I can go ahead and put that in chat later. And we've got a list of what we're offering. And we've got a list of what we're offering at that website. And they're also at the very top, there is a button that will go live at, again, 12:01 on October 5th, that to our online store, and you can start shopping then. It's great time of year to plant. There's also some free trees that are being given away that EcoCentro got from the city, and there's also an opportunity to order some plant starts as well from a nursery. That link is on our website as well at that tiny URL. But we really hope this is a huge success. You're going to pick up based on your last name, more information on our website, but go ahead and share this with other people as well. That would be great. Again, there we go. Some events. The Monarch Butterfly and Pollinator Festival is this whole month. There's 18 events included, and that on the schedule, there's movies and videos, classes, presentation. Doug Palamy is giving a presentation on Thursday night, I believe it's this week. Our chapter president, Lee Marlowe, is giving a presentation 3 weeks from today at 11 in the morning on Zoom. Look who's coming to dinner, create a backyard buffet for butterflies, birds, and other guests. And that's our contribution to the Butterfly and Pollinator Festival. Our final chapter meeting of the year is October 27th, a Tuesday at 7 o'clock. And Moby Warren, a local, she's a member poet and storyteller, will be talking about the legends and lore of Texas native wildflowers and trees to tell legends handed down through generations that illuminate the special relationships humans and our native plants have shared, which sounds like a good way of ending our official year in the chapter. And finally, in conclusion, we could not have pulled this off without, online, without all the help from the state steering committee, our local members who have jumped in and helped put together the content of the virtual plant walk, which we had to create from scratch. They've provided photos, the people helping with the classes, and that's just been really wonderful. So thank you all. And so I'm going to turn off sharing my computer. Nancy's going to turn on hers, and Pete, you are going to be monitoring the chat and asking the questions at the breaks during Nancy's. So thank you all again for being here, and I'll see you in a little bit. Bye-bye. Nancy, are you there? Nancy? Sorry, everyone. We'll get this going in a minute. There we go. You okay, Nancy? You getting things set up?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Can you see my screen where I'm about to?
No.
All right, I'm just going to come back in.
Yeah, go ahead and unshare your screen if you've done that, and then try sharing it again.
Okay.
I think we're getting there. There
Okay, that sounds
and
good.
then just I'll let you know when we get to the starting slide. There you go. Okay, you go ahead and turn on your video, and I'll mute myself. Thanks a lot.
Wait, do I need to turn on something else?
Yes, you need to turn on your camera, your video.
Can you do it from your end?
I believe I could. No, actually, I can ask you to start it, but I can't do it myself.
Okay. Yay, I see. Okay, are we good?
Let's see. Let me see. I'm still not seeing you. Oh, wait, I might need to change things here. Apparently, they can only see the top of your head.
Well, that's okay.
No, it's not.
You're supposed to be focused. I'll bend my thing here.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be focused on the screen, not me.
There we go. That's great. Okay, let's go.
Okay. Okay, just a quick outline, but even before we get to that, we talked about some quick breaks. Hey, one of the perks of Zoom is we are not showing you, so no matter what you're wearing, we don't care. But if you feel like you need a break, you're tired of sitting before the official break, please just get up, stretch, then you can back down, get on the couch, whatever. Do a few jumping jacks if you need to. But we know it's a long day. It would be a long day even in person. This is intended to be like an all-day program. So with that said, we will get started. Here's the rough outline of what we'll be covering today. The benefits of using natives in the landscape, the conventional versus the sustainable development, some landscaping tips, hints type of thing. And resources, you should have gotten that as a download. If not already, it lists different nurseries that carry native plants, websites, books. If you haven't already gotten it, then shortly thereafter, in the near future, you should be getting it. Okay, definitions. What is a native plant? You all can read, pretty much the screen, so I'm not going to be reading every single thing there. But it pretty much, it evolved, occurred naturally. Some person didn't come and plant it. It just grew up in this area. And when we talk about a Texas native, it's in Texas prior to Euro-American settlement. The plants have been, again, pretty much here, not brought in from a different country or even a different part outside the country. So that, as far as we'll be talking mainly about Texas natives today, endemic plant, you may hear that term. Native, unique, restricted to a certain geographic location, maybe a part of a county, a defined zone, a certain habitat type. If it's in more than one place, it can be native, but it's probably not endemic. Okay, benefits of natives in the landscape. Everybody likes to save water, so yes, we'll be saving water. Improve water quality, provide wildlife habitat, improve air quality, very important, reduce maintenance, hey, less work is great, and then creating a sense of place. Okay. Logic cycle is a closed system. I'm sure many of you have seen this from a science class at one time or another. Precipitation, for most of us, it's rain. Could also be snow, but comes down, percolates into the soil, could run off into nearby streams or creeks. But it's pretty much, when it says closed system, hey, that's it for the water. What you see is what you get. You can't throw together a bunch of chemicals and out comes some more water. And definitely in our area, where we don't see as much rainfall, it's very important to conserve it. Rainfall, this is just one of many maps, charts that you could look at. Generally, this is just for the state of Texas, and from a low of less than 18 inches over here in the western part of the state, El Paso, Big Bend area, all the way to greater than 50 inches, even 42 to 50 is good, probably more in the Piney Woods area. And we're kind of somewhere in the central area. We generally have about 32 inches of average rainfall here in the San Antonio area. Okay, native plants can save water. Okay, you'll notice on this chart, you will see these different types of plants, and look how deep the roots grow. Okay, 8, 10, 12 inches, those are some pretty deep roots. And these aren't trees. These are probably our native perennials. That looks like a purple coneflower there. Over here, little turf grass. Look how shallow the roots are. Okay, our native prairie plants, and even, not necessarily prairie, but they all tend to have extra long roots. Okay, the roots can help channel rainfall down into the ground. It can also help them find water when they need it. Okay, the native plants can also help improve water quality. There are three main possibilities here, other than using a big cement drainage ditch. Rain gardens, and some of you have already may have already heard of some of these. Rain gardens, just a shallow depression. I mean, it doesn't have to be 3 feet deep. That hold native plants, and it'll hold water for a short time. Bioswales, a little bit bigger, a vegetated channel. Okay, not a big cement ditch that will collect and filter the storm water. Or wetlands and ponds, again, even larger, hold water for a longer period of time. But again, with native plants, it could slow your runoff, filter the water itself, which everybody likes clean water. Okay, native plants provide wildlife habitat. Okay, the 3 main needs of wildlife, and wildlife here, you know, some people think of, okay, it's like the big animals, like some deer or bears or whatever. We're considering wildlife to be all types of wildlife, everything from, say, mammals, you know, your rabbits, squirrels, down onto the insects, our butterflies, our bees, the amphibians, the toads, the frogs. You may have some in your yard, you may not. Birds, so it's all kinds of animals. It's wildlife. And again, there are 3 basic needs: food, shelter, and water. Okay, if you plant native plants, there are plants that you can consider that will provide food for wildlife year-round. Agarita. You've got the lovely blossoms in the spring, good pollen and nectar for bees and butterflies. Later on in early summer, it'll have berries. Again, good for wildlife, birds, maybe some small mammals. Get to the summer, there's Texas lantana. Pretty drought tolerant, especially with our summers when it's, you know, 85, 90, 100 degrees. It's a pretty good plant to have. It can be blooming. Again, the nectar and the pollen for the bees. In the fall, American beautyberry, nice native shrub. It will have flowers. They're not very big, showy type of flowers, but it will have like little white flowers. And I will see bees and some smaller butterflies on mine. The big show for them comes in the fall with these purple berries that really stand out. Mockers, the mockingbirds enjoy them, as well as other birds that also like the fruit. And then in winter, it can be pretty tough finding food for wildlife. Yopon holly, though, again, it will have flowers. You need the flowers in order to get the berries. But the big show for it is it will have berries that often last through the winter time. Good for birds and maybe small mammals that, again, also depend on something native to carry them through the winter. Okay, vertical layers provide diverse habitat here. If all you have in your yard, you know, back or front, all you have is a little grass, you know, ground cover, you're not going to get too many, especially birds. This chart tends to be centered on birds here. You're not going to get too many. A few sparrows. Most of us don't live by water, so hey, it may just be a few sparrows. If you have some understory, smaller trees, some shrubs, hey, now we can get something the size of mockers, bluebirds, wrens. Although I will say the wrens, you can often find them nesting in a flower pot. If you hang clothes out on the clothesline, they've been known to make a nest there too. But again, it's very limited. And have some trees, bigger trees, mid-story. Again, you'll get bigger birds. The canopy, you have that layer, and now we're up to owls, you know, woodpeckers, larger birds. And it's, again, you wouldn't expect to see, like, say, an owl or a woodpecker on the ground. They need something tall. And then above canopy species, you know, way up above, your vultures, hawks, and so forth. Evergreens are also nice too. They provide protection in the winter. Some of them also have berries. So there's also a food source. Plants are the base of the food web. Okay, they support our insects, amphibians, reptiles, birds, mammals. Everything tends to start with the food. 96% of our birds here, and this is resident birds, but even our migrating birds that come in here, they all need insects to feed their young. And the insects, again, when you have the plants, you will again get the insects. Baby birds here, it's nice to hang up a bird feeder with some sunflower seeds, but that's just not enough protein for the babies. So they really, the birds really depend in the spring on insects. Okay, some animals, again, animals, wildlife, in this case, we're talking, say, butterflies, they depend on specific plants. I think probably most of us here are all aware about the monarchs, San Antonio being a monarch city, Texas being kind of the pathway down, definitely for the monarchs, from lower parts of Canada, northern parts of the US, coming on down through our area all the way to Mexico to overwinter there. So we won't we won't belabor this as far as, from the very beginning with monarchs. They do lay eggs only on milkweed. If you have a picky child in your household, or a grandchild, if you think they're picky, many of our butterflies are picky eaters too. And as far as monarchs, they will only lay eggs on milkweed. Could be different species of milkweed, could be antelope horns, or green milkweed, or zozotes, but it's got to be milkweed. They're caterpillars who will only eat milkweed. Once eaten, if you've ever broken off a leaf from a milkweed plant, you'll see this milky white sap that contains special toxins that tend to protect the caterpillar. Not that it always wards off the birds, but generally if birds eat a caterpillar that's had a lot of milkweed, they tend to find it very distasteful and tend to avoid those particular caterpillars. Monarchs aren't the only caterpillars, though, that are picky about their plants. Gulf fritillary butterflies primarily go with passion vine. Giant swallowtail likes the wafer ash, sometimes also known as hop tree. Queen butterflies, their caterpillars also need the milkweed. Okay, plant diversity. If you have a variety of plant species, okay, that gives a greater possibility or greater chances that our wildlife can find food. We just talked about the vertical layers. Again, different sized shrubs and trees provide, again, different sources of food for our wildlife. And especially with insects, the more diverse you have, the greater insect species. And insects support a lot of our other wildlife. Okay, air quality, okay? Native plants improve our air quality. We all like good air. Again, probably from a science class, we've all learned about how plants can make their own food through photosynthesis. During the process, they take in carbon dioxide from the air, water from the soil, and then they make their own food. Notice water from the soil. Okay, if just a quick aside with this, if you're watering your plants, like the whole plant, the flower and everything, you're not really helping the flowers any. The flowers are where the pollen and the nectar are for the bees and the butterflies. Save your water and just water at the base of the plant, where it's going to get to the roots fastest. Okay, the carbon in this process of the photosynthesis, okay, oxygen is released. We all like, fresh air, more oxygen, and then the carbon is stored, or they call it sequestered, it's just stored in plant tissue as sugar or as food for the plant itself. Okay, improving air quality by reducing the temperatures. You know, when it gets to be 90 degrees plus around here, hey, we're all looking for a cool place to be. It's already been proven that, especially around cities with all the asphalt, the concrete sidewalks, you know, there's this heat island effect. We absorb the heat during the day and then, you know, radiate it back. By having plants, we can definitely lower the temperature through the process of transpiration, which is the term used for water evaporating from the leaves, the surface of the leaves of the plants. It will help cool us down. We're all looking for something cooler. Air quality can improve by reducing harmful emissions, especially if all you primarily have is the grass, the lawn, with just a tree or two. Okay, everybody's got a lawnmower. Very few are run by battery or electric. You know, they're just gas powered. Well, they give off fumes or emissions that don't really help the quality of the air. On top of that, hey, everybody's got to have a blower. You know, there's no such thing as getting out the rake and the broom. The cool tool to have is a blower. And again, most of them are gas powered. So if you can reduce your lawn mowing, you know, especially with a gas powered mower, reduce the blower, that's improving our air quality. Okay, plants will reduce, the natives will reduce the maintenance. Less work, and everybody's generally for that. Little or no irrigation once established. Again, we'll talk a little bit more about this later, but once established, you know, if you write down anything, write these two words down, once established. If you plant, you know, a perennial, a tree, a shrub, whatever, it's not just plant it and walk away. Well, hey, I thought natives don't need much water. Well, they don't once established. Remember that chart we saw about the long roots, the 10, 12-inch roots? If you buy some little 4-inch pot, they don't have any 12-inch roots in there, okay? They need to get established and grow those roots. So initially, yes, you will be doing some watering. Once established, needs little to no irrigation. Okay? Again, reducing maintenance, less mowing. Hey, I don't even see any lawn in this picture here. Maybe just a little way up here. Less mowing, less work. Little to no fertilizers or pesticides. I do not put any fertilizers on my native plants, and they do just fine. There's other things that you can use, you know, instead of, you know, a bag of chemicals. Compost will help. Again, soil periodically needs to be maybe refreshed, so to speak. Plants will use some of the nutrients. You can put that back and say mulch, different types of mulch, but you don't need the chemicals. And then less waste. Leaves and clippings, again, they can be mulch, wonderful mulch, free mulch. They can be reused. With less maintenance, you have more time to enjoy life, enjoy the garden, and or enjoy, you know, we used to, when my husband and I bought our house, it was primarily all lawn, and it would take him about 2.5 hours to cut the grass. Since we have wildscaped just about the whole yard, back and front, we just have a small little strip in the back of grass. It takes him 15 minutes. So definitely more, whether you want to sit outside or, you know, go do some activities, those working, you know, hey, weekends, sports, football, whatever, you will have more time. Okay. Native plants create a sense of place. You see blue bonnets in this picture. Everybody should think Texas. You don't find these in too many places, maybe outside of Texas. It's our state flower. There are, I think, 6 different species of bluebonnets that are recognized here, but bluebonnets say Texas. You see everybody out in the spring, you know, as soon as the bluebonnets come out, they're out there taking pictures or looking for a patch. If they don't have any in their yard, you know where you are, you're here. Okay, it's you're not in California, you're not in, you know, Africa, China, or some other place. You are here, you're home. Compared to this scene, who knows where this is? Maybe the architecture would change, you know, slightly from city to city, north to south, east to west. But basically, this is how a lot of subdivisions look. You know, one house after another, pretty much the same. Everybody's got the same old lawn, maybe a tree or a shrub here and there, but that's it. And this, by the way, is Plano, Texas. Not quite my idea of Texas, but that tends to be, you know, what's typically happens with suburbs that have been developed. Okay, native plants can create a unique look, especially by each region. And we'll be talking shortly about the different regions we have here. But this, if you may, some of you may recognize mesquite trees, the pretty wildflowers look like Indian blanket or firewheel. You know that, hey, this is in our area. If you went out to Big Bend, you would expect a different look. If you went out to the Piney Woods area, East Texas, you would probably expect to see pine trees. So each different ecoregion has a unique look. You don't have to, you know, wipe out all the existing vegetation. Leave some, you know, this is even just a parking lot, but look how nice, you know, the trees are. Again, the sense of, you know, you recognize they're trees from here. In our area, and definitely in the summer when it's hot, the spaces close to the trees are the first ones taken. Sorry. Okay, native plants create a sense of in place. Some people feel like, well, maybe they look too wild and woolly. Maybe you've seen a lot of the wildflowers and people will leave them. You know, they only last about a month or so, and they just don't like that look. Well, natives can be used in a more formal setting. Here's an office building. They planted some natives. There are evergreen natives. You don't have to have exotic plants to get some evergreens. Looks like some red yucca here. There's some color, and it's a bit more formal. Even in your home, you've got the wildflower part. I enjoy wildflowers myself, but I have tended to put them in my backyard. I'm kind of sensitive to you know, what the neighbors think. If you're in an HOA, there may be some restrictions, but you can have natives, you can have color, you can have variety, different sizes and shapes, you know, but they're natives. And then with all the benefits of the natives. Okay, at this point, we could take, well, we started late, so we're going to keep on going. Again, if you feel like you need a quick break, go ahead, stand up, stretch, whatever, you know, keep your computer on. We're going to now discuss the difference between conventional, the typical, you know, development of new subdivisions, and sustainable development, covering the building process and then landscaping. Okay. If you drive, definitely if you drive north of 1604, where there's a lot of new subdivision development going on, it pretty much looks like this. In fact, you may not even have any green trees in the area or green shrubs. It's pretty much all clear cut. They've got to start with just the bare dirt. That tends to be the conventional approach. Okay. the developers, people selling the property, whatever, they often think, well, if you clear everything out, people can see what you have, see what the land looks like. Well, there's other ways of being able to show the landowner versus clearing every bit of green from the property. And it's, you know, if they could leave some trees, something of the existing system, it just looks even nicer for somebody to buy than just, just this, everything clear cut. You've got some trees. Now, here again, there's not too much understory, but at least you can get a general feel of what is there. And hopefully they'd save the native trees. It also, if they would leave some of the vegetation, prevent problems down the road, such as drainage. You know, if it rains and your property's on a slope, again, going back to here, you know, where are the roots from vegetation that's going to hold in this dirt? If we get a sudden downpour, you know, there goes the soil. Could end up with you know, flood damage possibly here with these homes if somebody doesn't quickly do something with that. So we hope the developers, you know, will consider leaving something. We do have new ordinances in place, you know, from even just several years ago. Unfortunately, the problem has been that many of the developers bought the property way back when, and they have been grandfathered in so that they don't have to necessarily follow existing regulations and ordinances. Okay, if you are considering building a new house, constructing something new, or maybe even adding on to your current property, okay, there are various regulations that have to be considered. Could be on the city level, could be on the county level, also on the state level. And you can go to some of the city websites to find out exactly what it is in your area. The different features are considered, you know, the building footprint, like, you know, your building itself, what the land is, are there slopes or ditches or whatever, stormwater management, tree surveys, you know, tree removal and replacement plan. Again, if they're following the newer regulations, there's specifics as far as what you have to put on for new developments. Again, depending on the developer, if they're grandfathered in, they may or may not have to follow this. There's also building permit applications, dealing with that, irrigation plans, and so forth. Okay, landscaping new projects. The typical landscaping, which is kind of why we asked what earlier, you know, what's in your yard, you know, and it may be the same thing as when you first moved in. It's generally a lot of grass, you know, lawn here, maybe a tree, maybe a few shrubs, and that's it. That's been the typical way of putting in a new suburb. Okay, with sustainable, okay, we're considering, okay, water use. Use the natives. If you currently have natives there, whether it's, you know, a new house you're about to buy, you know, or again, they're about to build in that area, can you save the natives? Natives use less water. The water quality will be improved. Again, the fewer chemicals, the better. No runoff, you know, how's your drainage system? Air quality will be improved, and so forth. Pretty much we've talked about these, but they're all incorporated if you use a sustainable development plan versus a conventional plan. Right. At this point, I would say we take maybe a 5 or 10 minute break. We're then going to get into landscaping, you know, making a plan, landscaping with natives. Time to stand up, stretch, grab another cup of coffee, etc. And we will come back, Joan, in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes sounds good. Yeah.
And then we will
I'll set a timer, and then we can ask, if anyone has any questions, you can ask them before you start again.
Okay, well, or we could take, say, a few minutes. Do you have questions?
Yeah. Pete, what's in the chat?
Or if there are questions, yeah, we can, as a quick review or whatever, we can cover it after the break. That's okay.
Yeah, let's just start the break right now, and
Okay.
I'll set a timer for 10 minutes.
Okay, stand up, stretch, grab your coffee, and we'll see you in 10 minutes.
Hey, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, Pete.
Oh, okay. The only question that we had out there was,
Pete, hold on a sec. We decided to go ahead and take the break. We'll ask the questions when we
okay,
get back.
that's fine.
10 minutes.
Just one
Okay.
question out there. All right, good.
Okay, well, we'll do it when we get back because
10
everyone's
4.
taking a break. Yeah.
Not 10 to 4, but CB talk. Hey, Nancy, while we're taking a break, on your PowerPoint presentation, are you, you're actually in screen mode. Are you sending it to, are you able to see your notes and then everybody else sees the actual?
No,
Oh, okay, you're doing it off straight presentation note,
yeah,
where, like when we do it in a live meeting, the presenter sees on the laptop the notes, their notes, but it actually sends the screen or the presentation.
So Pete, what everyone sees is just the presentation, and then the presenter doesn't see anything except that as well. So
Oh, okay,
you need
so
to work off of paper notes if you're presenting.
okay, gotcha. That's what I thought. Just
Okay.
double checking.
All right.
10 4. No, it's 9:05, not 10 4.
really. I can talk next. Okay, we will. I may talk, yeah, I probably talk, I'm standing up. Okay. 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 About 10. Yeah, well, we're pretty much going Okay. It's different. I'm here. Probably, but. You're not going to get too much in New York. Okay. Hey, I just left it up there. Boom. Freaking out. Boom. I'll be back. Just one second. Let me check it here. Yeah. Carious or limestone. Yeah, for limestone. Yeah, you want that, you also tend to get. Unless you're built on, you know. Yes.
Okay, everyone, we're about less than a minute to go. Pete, did you want to ask the questions?
Yeah, there was only one question, basically. It was on the, when the PDF is going to go out. It'll be after this class. It'll be emailed to everyone.
Yeah, they will be sent a link later this afternoon or evening or so, once I can give the attendance to the coordinator, and she'll send out a link with the test, an evaluation, and then the PDF of this presentation that Nancy's doing, which does include all of the notes as well.
Yeah. And then the other one was a comment on the understorage and so forth, and keeping that there, as you showed the builders were scalping the landscape, so to say. So understory and all that. So that was just more of a comment than a question. So.
Okay, so we're ready
All
to.
right, I'm muting off.
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right. Next topics here, planning and landscaping with natives. There are different factors to consider. Regional conditions, a site assessment like design, installation, and maintenance. Regional conditions primarily being your rainfall, temperature, and type of soil. Site assessment, what do you currently have there on your property? The design, what would you like? And then installation process, probably a lot of it deals with if you're getting a new house built, what are some things to consider with that? and then maintenance. Okay, regional conditions, one of them being rainfall, precipitation. This will affect the type of plants you have, the type of region you have. For us, again, we have average annual rainfall of 32 inches, different from out west, different from the eastern part. Okay, and notice it says average annual. Okay, so they added up all the different rainfall that came during 1 year, and then generally they will look at more than 1 year, maybe it's a 10-year average and so forth. So even though, you know, we have the so-called 32 inches, it's not evenly spread out for us throughout the year. It's not like we go, you know, get 2 or 3 inches every year or every month type of thing. So you do want to be aware of as far as, okay, what you're generally expecting in your area, but are some months rainier than others. Same way with temperature. Again, part of your regional conditions. San Antonio here, probably the 60 or 65 to 70 area. Well, that's average annual. I mean, I've been here in the winter and it's been 20 degrees, 30 degrees. It's rare that we don't have a freeze. Up here for like the Amarillo area, you know, 50 to 55. Well, you know, you average out, you know, like 100 and 0, and that's how you get 50. So again, you want to be aware of the temperature, not just, okay, here's the average annual, but what are your cold months? What are your warm months? What's good for planting at each time? Regional can also include soils. You know, what type of soil do you have in your area? We'll focus on kind of like the general San Antonio area. Okay, what's in just soil generally? Okay, soil is made up of many different layers. And for the most part, everybody's pretty much sitting on the solid bedrock from, you know, eons ago that's there. But okay, what's on top of it? Well, you have hopefully some plant material that's been growing, you know, unless it's all been cleared away. But when that decomposes or is in the process of decomposing, that's your organic layer. Here you've got 2 inches. Depending on, you know, your property, you could have more, you could have less. If all you ever have is bare ground and you don't ever plant anything, then you're probably not going to have too much of an organic layer. Now, yes, you can add material to that and you can build up the layer itself. So it just depends, you know, you may want to find out what do you have on your property. Once after time, eventually it's the decomposed material, it's compacted, it then forms like a topsoil layer. You know, maybe 10 inches, again, maybe more, maybe less. And then the accumulation over years until you get down to, okay, the very base level. If you're not sure of what type of soil you have, and again, we'll talk different types of particles, but if you're not sure of what you have, maybe you've never planted anything on your property, it would be a good idea to, you know, maybe dig a hole and take a soil sample. It doesn't have to be a foot deep. Again, organic and generally your topsoil layer, that'll pretty much, you know, tell you, but with your soil sample, what do you have? But again, it doesn't necessarily have to be a foot deep to do that. And you may want to check both your front yard and your backyard. My backyard tends to be primarily like a clay type of soil. In the front, I have quite a bit of limestone caliche material. In my subdivision, I am the last street in that particular subdivision, and I'm kind of thinking, okay, when they built the other houses and had to dig out material to get the foundation all set, they used some of the existing property, like my street was the last one built, but they dumped some of it there. Maybe that's happened to you, maybe it hasn't, but it's kind of odd. I mean, that's what my husband and I have come up with. It's like, okay, part of our property was like the dumping ground when they built the other houses. If you had the same type of material, then great, you're in luck. If you don't have any idea what type of material, hey, it all looks like dirt. Sometimes you can bring a sample into nurseries and they will tell you. You might check with the AgriLife Extension office here. They may be able to identify it for you, or know somebody that can, or sometimes you can send off your soil sample, maybe to A&M, and they'll identify it for you. But you kind of need to have an idea of what type of soil you have, which will affect the type of plants you do, maybe even how much you water. Okay, soil is made up of different types of particles, sand, silt, clay, and clay actually is really the smallest of them. Okay, nobody probably has the exact same amount of, say, clay, soil, sand, whatever it's mixed in. There is no hard, fast line, dividing line type of thing, that you only have this, you only have that. Generally, you'll have somewhat of a mixture. There'll be a predominant type of material, say predominantly clay or sandy, and some of that tends to be more toward the south of San Antonio area. The silty loam, again, can be a blend. For us here, we tend to look at 3 ecoregions. Again, the soil, the rainfall, temperature, and so forth. Sometimes there's a 4th one included. If you're in this area, great. If not, if you're from a different part of the state, again, find out what your ecoregion is, and again, the type of soil and different conditions that will affect whatever you're going to plant. Edwards Plateau, kind of toward the northwestern part of our area. Blackland Prairie, we have some of that. And then some of these even also have different names. The Western Gulf Coastal Plain over here, that's what we tend to think of as the Piney Woods area. So even, the different ecoregions can have different names depending on what map or chart you look at. Okay, this focusing now on the cities in our general area, may not necessarily be just Bear County, the Blackland Prairie area, and then up here, the Balcones Canyonlands area. Often we think of like Edwards Plateau area, somewhat of that. Again, there's different mixes here. Post Oak Savanna. Okay, we're going to concentrate on the 3, what's primarily in our area, the Blackland Prairie, Balcones Canyonlands, and southern Post Oak Savanna. Okay, topography, flat, slightly sloped, rich, black, deep soils, calcareous, another word for limestone-like, clay or clay to loam, lots of farmland here, maybe some limestone and shale, but probably predominantly the clay. The type of clay that when it rains, it swells. When it is dry and the clay shrinks, you'll notice cracks in your walls, cracks in your foundation. And it's often referred to as the black gumbo. Okay, the type of vegetation you may see, I mean, you may not see all of it, but it's very typical. Tall grass prairie, the big 4 grasses, native grasses that historically have been here. The little blue stem, big blue stem, Indian grass, and the switchgrass. And then there's other grasses as well. Only less than 5,000 acres remain of the original tall grass prairie. So that's not good. Riparian forest, what's riparian? Generally tends to be a little bit wetter. Maybe you've got a creek, river nearby. You'll find oaks, cottonwood, pecan, and so forth. Okay, the other area, other region, ecoregion that's here, the Balcones Canyonlands. Again, we tend to maybe think of up near Bernie, Kerrville area, escarpment with hilly like a stair-step topography, or kind of gently rolling hills. The Edwards, Glen Rose, Butte formations of the limestone and dolomite. Lots of limestone soil, high pH, well drained, versus the clay in the Blackland Prairie tends to generally hold the water, except when it's really dry conditions. And the different types of vegetation. Now, it's not Blackland Prairie has one thing and this has another. You'll see some of the similar ones. But again, you'll get some different ones. The ash juniper, the cedar, that a lot of people like to hate, grows well up in this area. In the riparian, the wetter areas, you'll see your bald cypress, which generally, likes a little bit more water, sycamores and so forth. We still have some of the prairie grasses here. Cytodes grama, the state grass, again, liking a little bit either more moisture or some shade. A quick note on the ash juniper. Gee, it's all over. Why can't we get rid of it? It hogs all the water. Actually, way back when, there was a lot of overgrazing in this area. If you constantly, let your livestock, goats, cows, whatever you have, chew down everything, you will end up by the end of the year with very little organic material. Remember, with our soil layers, that organic material on top, as long as there's something there, come the winter time, some of it will die back. The roots are still there, but that organic layer tends to build up and getting more topsoil, more soil in general. Well, if you don't have an organic layer to, keep building and adding to your soil, you'll end up with plants in some areas that, don't have deep roots. The tall grasses need deep roots. The ash juniper doesn't, and it quickly spread. It quickly adapted to the shallower soils. So it's not that they necessarily hogged all the water. Some people say they use as much water as maybe an oak, but what can the land support? And if you've got very shallow soil, it could support the cedar, the ash juniper, not so much some of the other plants and trees. Post oak savanna, again, southeast Bear County, level to rolling plains. You won't have the hilly formations again that you see up near Bernie and Kerrville, low, moderate gradient streams. It's more sandy down there. Again, different types of soil formations. A lot of sand, silt, again, tends to be well drained. The type of vegetation that they have. A lot of grasslands. Again, you'll still see some of the tall prairie grasses, the little blue stem, the Indian grass, but other types too. Other different types of vegetation here. It's generally been good for cattle ranching. That's the major agricultural industry down there. Okay, site assessment. Okay, now you're getting ready. Okay, you know what type of ecoregion you're in, or hopefully you do. Now you know, okay, which again, your temperature, your soil, rainfall. I want to do something with my property. What can I do? And whether it's your existing property or your future house, this can all apply. Okay, you want to create a base plan. Here it looks like, and actually get a piece of paper. It doesn't have to be graph paper. A piece of copy paper will do. That's fine. But you want to know what do you currently have? What are your existing conditions? And here the person has put down their house. Now, again, it's a rough outline of the house. We don't need to know how many bedrooms you have, any of that. It's what is the outline of your house. There's a patio. It could be formal. Maybe it's covered in bricks. Maybe it's, say, just the dirt, and you consider it that your patio. But there they have defined a definite patio area. Here's the garage. Looks like it may be detached. If so, you want to include it in your drawing. What else? Okay, fence lines. Here's a chain link fence here, a chain link fence here. This one's got a wood fence. Okay, I don't see any fence here. I see street, so that tells me, okay, that must be the front of the house. We're dealing, okay, your front yard, your backyard. Okay, existing plants and beds, live oak, and say shady, okay. And to have shade, I would think it's a pretty big live oak. Not something that they just bought that's probably 6 feet tall. You probably had it 10 years or more to get a good sized tree to give you some shade. Another live oak back here, just lawn here. And again, here's some other considerations, oh, by the way, as you're looking at a lawn, okay, shade or sun needs, okay, full sun here, and they've got full sun here. All your conditions, you need to know. Over here, poor drainage, and they note it's got clay soil. Okay, whether that's all over, but they specifically here, poor drainage, clay soil. Okay, something to consider. Wildlife habitat. Are you planning on making a wildlife habitat? We encourage native plants, and generally you will get wildlife having the right plants, especially if you get the ones that are good for birds. Birds will come. Hey, they have a bird feeder, so they'll probably be interested in some plants specifically for birds. Okay, what else have they noted? A snag. Ooh, okay. Snag is generally like a dead tree. It may have a cavity. Hey, something could nest in that. Glad they kept it. Now note here, they said clay soil, sandy soil. Again, your property may not have the same soil over all of it. So anything like that you want to note. It will help you also in plant selection, in drainage, etc. Sandy soil definitely drains faster than clay soil. They noted a ditch back here, okay? And anything useful like that, put down. Okay, other considerations, again, we kind of mentioned the sun shade, and if you're not sure, yeah, you remember seeing sun, but when? Well, hey, start taking note. Is it sunny in the morning in your backyard, shady later, vice versa? Everybody's property is different. So you want to be aware of what your sunny areas are, what your shady areas are. Wet areas, if you have them, any type of water drainage. If you have little slopes in your yard, if it rains hard, is there a big puddle of water that kind of stands there? You want to be aware of that. Your soil conditions, climate, breezes, and so forth. Utilities, again, on this they noted underground plumbing. The SAWS usually says, the water. If you want to plant a tree, call before you dig. And someone will come out and they can, with their tools, an analysis, pinpoint exactly where your plumbing is. You don't want to start digging and suddenly you break a pipeline. Most of this underground plumbing, and we've had to have a plumber come to our house, not because we dug, but there was a leak. And when they were digging around where the leak was, it's not steel pipes under there. Most of it, or a lot of it, is PVC pipe. Well, if you hit that with some axe as you're digging a hole for a tree, hey, that is on you to fix. So you want to make sure that what you're digging is not going to cause plumbing problems for you. If you hit something that affects you and your neighbor, guaranteed the neighbor will not be happy. They've also noted here overhead power lines. A lot of the areas now, they're all underground, but if they're running on your property and power lines is not just the electric, do you have cable or satellite? Where are those lines? You want to be aware of everything. Again, breezes, something if you've already bought the house, okay, but if it faces north or south or, east, west, whatever, that can be a factor. If some of the plants that you want to put in, say, would be better protected from a north thing, the wind's coming in that direction primarily. Either you want to put up a fence or put it on another side of the house. Again, all different things to consider. Okay, sustainable options with the native plants. This now they're probably preserve existing native habitat. They may be talking more about future construction, and it could be your property if you wanted to add on, or you're going to put up a new house. Minimize construction impact to the immediate area. Transplant existing plants. Especially if you're adding on to your existing house, gee, your favorite plant is there, unless it's a giant tree or shrub that would be really hard to dig up, but maybe you can kind of save it, rescue it, put it in a pot, and then when the construction is done, put it back in some other place. Best management practices to prevent soil erosion. Again, think if you've got water issues, low drainage, whatever, or little slopes, little hills. If you're removing all the vegetation for your project, the next time it rains, there goes your soil. So you want to think of what could be done. It may be necessary to remove some of it just in the building process. Maybe some type of a covering could be put down, especially if it's about to rain. It's been predicted it's going to rain. You may want to think of some type of covering if you've got a little hilly area. Converting existing conventional landscapes. Okay, replace failing exotic plants with natives. Some of you probably have some non-natives on your property. This doesn't mean you have to do this all at once either. Once they, failing, okay, it doesn't look good, looks like, it's been dying, fewer leaves. Okay, hey, now's the time to replace it. If others are okay, you may want to leave it, especially if you've got a nice shady plant that's covering your air conditioning on the west side of your house where it's really hot, especially in the summer. You may want to plant something else, and once that gets a little bigger, then consider taking out what's currently shading it. Replant sections of lawn, sections, okay? Again, it doesn't have to be done all at once. And then hopefully, what you are replacing this with, you're thinking native plants. Okay, preserve existing native plants. Again, whether it's your current property or your, say some future home where you're going to be, identify the plants to be preserved. And if you're not sure of what you have, ask. It's, and a lot of people don't know. So if that's one of you, don't feel embarrassed, but ask. There are people in, say, Native Plant Society, AgriLife, if you call them up and ask, hey, I need help, maybe even your neighbors know, I wouldn't be embarrassed to ask the neighbor, do you know what type of tree this is? But you need to identify what you have, what you don't have, and then decide, do you want to save it in the final landscape? Talking here now, coordinating with engineer and contractor. Again, if you're having a new home built, you want to avoid, impacting the plants that you want to save. If there's a large, oak tree or whatever, you don't want that being removed. maybe some of the understory shrubs. You don't want everything taken out. Otherwise, you will end up with that clear cut, just bare dirt look. Again, have tree protection and so forth. In this next one, with the site design, okay, goals to be managed. Again, some of this, the plan was to remove, in this particular picture here, they were going to remove all of this. And then they worked with the builder, the developer. This tends to be mature trees here to save some of this. You've got instant shade. That's the problem when you remove everything, you want to start from scratch. That was the conventional idea. It doesn't, it takes a long time to grow a tree. Most trees sold are, 6 feet, but you don't have instant shade. You generally have to wait at least 10 years to get a decent sized shade tree. If you've got existing shade here, why get rid of it? Hopefully they're native plants, but you got to think about those type of things. What's currently there too can also give you some privacy. Water conservation can be an issue, wildlife habitat, the sense of place, all the reasons that we currently would want to plant and use natives. Again, in your new construction site, you want to take those into account. Okay, now the person started with the basic plan. They've now added some more information, more detail. Okay, there's now a hardscape plan. A lot of it's already there, but if you were going to build a new house, okay, that would be your new house as far as that portion. Okay, again, the house is there. Instead of that patio, they decided they were going to put in a deck. Whether they put it in themselves, they hire somebody, doesn't matter. But now we're having a deck. Okay, pathways. If you look at your lawn and then you can see a clear path through it where everybody tends to walk. Okay, do you still want that? Do you want to put in some type of gravel way, mulch pathway, or things to think about. Utility areas, lighting, irrigation, they're all different considerations. I mean, as your plan now is moving along, you got started, this is kind of like the next step. Planting plan. If you look, what you have, what do you want? Okay, well, they already had that live oak that was shady, and the live oak here. Okay, well, here you could tell, I mean, it's different abbreviations, but they've already, planned out the type of plants that they want. And then some of them, they've already, here's a purple martin house. They decided this was a good area for that. All they had before was that bird feeder. Here's about where they had the bird feeder. Gee, they decided to put in a pond. I mean, birds need water too. They're going to have a pond. You could also have a bird bath, if you haven't thought of that before. But all these different considerations, how can you provide something for wildlife using native plants, and then said revamping the layout of your yard. Installation. This tends to be, again, more for the people that are thinking about building a new home, or maybe you're buying, you bought the plot of land or about to build the home. Probably one of the most important things is tree protection. You look at this here, the damage to an unprotected tree, that once the damage is done, it's too late. And even though you can put in the contract for every tree that you damage, you owe me $10,000. Well, that's nice to say, but that $10,000 is not going to buy you really the nice shade tree that you had. You may still have it, but it's damaged, may not do as well, may have to be cut down, whatever. So the best thing is to take preventive action in the first place. They're suggesting different things here. I kind of like the idea they put these trees they want to save, putting boards around, and then that orange plastic tape you can probably get from some of the hardware stores. Down here, now here's a group of trees, okay? So the easiest way is, hey, just circle the whole thing with the orange tape. If I were you, I would also be on site. The person that sells you the property is not necessarily the one that's going to be there. Generally, they hire the contractor. He's taking care of the construction, the whole thing. He may not, or it may not have been passed on to that person. What you specifically want, saved and kept, and there's no doubt if you are there, or at least till they have dug the foundation, they're moving in the heavy equipment. When you're there, you see them getting too close to what you want to save, hey, you can holler and shout right then. Once the damage happens, then it's too late. Okay, installation, and this could be either, again, your existing property or a new property. Healthy soil, do you have healthy soil? What type of soil you have, does it have some type of support? Or, if it's a very loose type of soil, good soil needs oxygen, water, nutrients. It's like the soil organisms. It's like the overgrazed soil. Well, if you don't have any vegetation there year after year, you probably don't have many nutrients. If it's been compacted, like you have the unhealthy here, compacted, heavy equipment sat on it or constantly run over it. I mean, if you think of your property, if it used to be a roadway and now you're going to build on it, you don't want that compacted part of the soil. Low in organic matter, low in nutrients. There are things that you can add to enhance your soil. Eroded, okay, well, what's the problem? First case here, is the erosion still occurring? If it is, you need to fix that problem before you then do something about what's left, the eroded soil, which again can be enhanced. You can always add topsoil and other things. But if you don't take care of the problem, say even a drainage problem, the problem isn't going to go away just because you plant something there. What's causing it, and take care of it, and then go on with your planting. Okay, installation with new plants. Again, you can add compost, and it can be your own compost, or you can buy compost, but some type of organic amendment to improve the soil if it's needed. It's like having your vegetable garden. If you had that, you constantly plant the same crops over and over, they deplete the soil. They often suggest the rotate, this is for, like, say, the farmers, rotate, always leave at least one field empty, let it recover over a year, and then say plant on it the following year. Well, it's the same thing even with your yard. If there's not much organic material there, and even if there is, okay, your plants are getting nutrients from that ground. So consider adding compost or some other type of organic amendment. Even your mulch can help, because most of that is, it will decompose over time. But something to keep your soil healthy and improve the health of your soil. Install your plants at a spacing to accommodate mature size. If you don't know how big that plant's going to get, that could be a big problem. So you want to know, and they're generally, there's book guides. You can go on some of the plant websites, and they give a general range. If it's supposed to grow, say, 5 to 10 feet, or spread 5 to 10 feet, it's not just up, but it's also sideways too. The width of the plant. Okay, well, it may not get to the max of, between 5 and 10, it may not get to 10, and it probably won't be, a year from now, but, over time, it will get bigger. So you want to consider that. It may look kind of bare in the beginning. That's okay. Your plants will grow. They will fill it in. But there's nothing worse than planting plant smaller perennials, maybe not as much of a problem. You can always transplant, dig them up, transplant, but definitely shrubs. Sometimes the only choice is to just dig it out, which is kind of a shame. It's gotten to a nice size, and now you have to take it out because everything's all squished together. Recommended to place, 2-inch, 4-inch, a thick layer of mulch to hold in the moisture, help regulate the soil temperature. Mulch, again, can be different things. You can use free leaves if you already have a tree. Could be the shredded wood mulch that you can get at different places, but you really should have something surrounding that, the base of the plant, to hold in the moisture, and definitely in the summer to hold down the temperature. If we're talking trees, I will say with mulch, you do not want to put mulch all the way up, looks like a volcano, the volcano type of mulch up a tree trunk. That's bad for the trunk of the tree. If it doesn't all decompose, if it gets wet and sits there, we have some cool days, mold can develop, and that can start affecting the trunk of your tree. So you do not want any mulch right next to the trunk of your tree. Maintenance. Generally for water for the first 3 years, you kind of decide on your plant. The best thing, especially if you're planting trees, if you go on the SAW's website, they have the 3-2-1 suggested plan for watering new trees 3 times a week the first month, and 2 times a week the second, and 1 time the third, and then after that maybe once a month or once a week. It kind of depends on the plant that you have, the type of tree. Some trees do take more water than others, but they do have a really good plan, good suggestions on their site as far as how much to water. Add mulch every year. Just because you've got natives, there is still some maintenance. We're not saying it's work-free, but you should have less maintenance if you've gotten rid of a lot of the turf grass. Adding mulch is good for your plants. Pruning, prune trees and shrubs if you need it. Some people plant mountain laurels. Starts out as a shrub. It could be a tree. Some of that is personal preference. If it's dormant perennials, bunch grasses, you might prune some of that. I would be careful though, as far as, the perennials. You've got vines, plants that even the bunch grasses, plants that are host plants for butterflies. A lot of butterflies, when they have their caterpillars, the caterpillar forms the chrysalis. Normally out would come the butterfly in a few weeks. Well, if it gets to be winter time, the cooler weather, a lot of those caterpillars are thinking twice about coming out now, and many will overwinter in their chrysalis form. Okay, well, if you just start chopping everything down come December, early January, you may be getting rid of some future butterflies. So probably wait till maybe February, mid-February. If you're aware of the type of butterflies you could be attracting, I have passion flower vine. I know that's the host for Gulf fritillaries. I know their chrysalis itself is brown and looks like a dead leaf. So if the vine will freeze back, and generally we get a freeze each year. So yeah, my vine doesn't look too good, but without a doubt, that plant always comes back from the roots. But as I'm, early February, mid-February, as I am taking down the vine, I'm kind of looking, do I see anything that looks like a dead leaf that could be a chrysalis? So far, I haven't found anything, which is a good thing, but you got to be careful too. Don't do it too early. Maintenance, remove unwanted plants. Hey, every plant wants to, have a family, so to speak. It'll have babies. And, a few are nice. Again, you've left room in your garden to anticipate the growth of a plant. Also, you know, you could have some other little plants there, some little babies. There can get to a point though, especially with many perennials, you know, your flowers type of thing, where, hey, there's a difference between some and too many. What do you do with them? Okay, you can remove them. Don't throw them in the trash. You can save them for a future plant sale. A lot of organizations, you know, are looking for them. You could also, you know, give some to your neighbors, you know, encourage them to use natives. There was a recent story on TV where some lady had all these unwanted plants, again, natives, good plants, hated to, you know, she ran out of the neighbors on either side of her. So she set up a table and said, free, take one. And her plants soon disappeared. You know, a lot of people in your neighborhood could be using these plants. They're good native plants. Okay, yeah, share and enjoy. Okay, resources, again, this should be on some of your handouts that will be downloaded coming up. Native Plant Week, 3rd week in October. Our program here, and again, hopefully you will consider taking some of the other, this is part 1, there's a level 2, 3, and in the future, a level 4. Bring back the monarchs to Texas. You can contact different organizations regarding them, how to plant milkweed, what to do, tracking monarchs, and so forth. Natives improve and conserve environments. That's a new acronym. Natives instead of common exotics was also the original initials, whatever stood for the natives instead of common exotics, from the Bernie chapter of the Native Plant Society. You could go on their website, and I think you can still download. They had a new native plant. It could have been a perennial, a tree, or a shrub, but they gave a lot of information. And I think you can still access that information on their website. And then again, the resource handout where you'll also have websites, different organizations you can contact. Don't feel you have to know everything. You're not going to learn everything, even from, say, this class, any of the other classes. There's always something to learn. The organizations can point you in the right direction. They offer, like our Native Plant Society, you know, monthly meetings. Right now, they're doing webinars, but still, it's all good, useful information. Samples of the books, and these are all good. I have just about all of them. And at this point, are there any questions? Are you all still there?
You got some questions?
Sorry about that. Yeah, there has been several questions throughout the, all the way. Let me just go back. I wasn't ready, but yeah, just on the
And if you all have been answering them in chat, that's okay. Last week we had a class and a lot of our questions were answered among yourselves. I mean, there are a lot of you that have a lot of knowledge. You know, some of you may, you know, probably more than me. You've worked with plants a long time. If you're helping each other, that's wonderful.
Right. Well, yeah, one of them was, and everybody can see this, it's on everyone, is on the protection of a tree. You know, you're protecting the trunk, but also the around the drip line, you know, the compaction there. That's very important to do that if you can. And then just to comment on my own, you know, as far as the mulching, 2 inches away from the trunk and 2 inches deep is good. So a 2-2 effect is what I call, and as much as you could go down to the drip line. But other things, root protection was one, and then Rachel did put out some other information, and there's some links to protecting trees and so forth. And just a reminder to everyone, these notes online, the chat will go out to everybody. It will be edited, and just in case, you know, somebody gets off track on it. But everybody's been doing good and helping and giving good comments.
Okay, great. Joan, are we ready for a quick break?
Yes, I think so. Well, here's another, actually, but there are a couple more questions.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Go ahead,
Let's
Joan.
see. There was a question, I mean, I answered it somewhat, but it had to do
Yeah.
with ball moss on oak trees, and then removing, about removing unwanted plants. Leave snags of trees if they're safe, and create brush piles, question mark. And I'll let Pete take over from here after you answer that.
Oh, on the ball moss, yes, it's only you know, Lee Marlowe did do a meeting on it sometime. I thought it was a couple of months ago, but it might be a year. But it's really only affecting the dead wood. It's not affecting the live tissue that of the tree. And insects do use it, birds do use it. So taking it away completely is not a good practice if it's contained on only the dead pieces of the wood or branches. What else? Yeah, that.
I'd say like on the ball moss too, I mean, everybody sees it. It actually has the ability to make its own food. It is not the same as a parasite, like mistletoe is a parasite. Actually, if you take a ball moss, put a little water over it, you'll see the green color instead of that grayish color. You will see green color, which tells you that it's got chlorophyll. It has the ability to make its own food.
And there's been some comments on the landscaping. I think landscaping 2 will or level 2 will answer some of those as far as drainage and wind and so forth, and get into more detail on the design of that. I know somebody asked, I have a sloping yard at the house. A swell is recommended. Not sure how to plant on.
Okay. You know, depending on the slope, but plants themselves, you get some, you know, whether it's a small slope or we're talking, you know, 6 feet, you know, down type of thing. But some of the plants, say like frog fruit, you know, once it's grown, the plants with their roots will hold the soil in place. You can get small little shrubs. I mean, small, like say Zexmania, to help hold the soil. Definitely you want something. If you want grasses are good. But yeah, you definitely need something.
And then hold it down. Right. There's a lot of links going out. Also, what about deer? I think when we cover the other part, we may be touching on deer, but it's not. I don't think it's one that we.
Well, yeah, depending on, you know, I'll just say quickly, depending on the neighborhood that you live in, you know, there may be a lot of deer. I live about a mile, maybe a little less from the McAllister Park. And certain times of the year, I see deer. Most of my plants that I put in the front yard where the deer could get them and eat them, I'm careful, you know, anything I really prize, I put in the backyard. In the front, I will tend to go with plants that they don't like. They don't like anything that has a smell. Any of our salvias, like autumn sage, mealy blue sage, sage and salvia are the same thing. But anything that gives off a smell, lantana, if you rub the leaves, you know, you'll have a smell with that. They tend to avoid those types. Now, if it's hard times, we don't have a lot of rainfall, and the forbs, which tend to be the small little plants or your wildflowers, you know, just general flowers, they will eat anything. You know, if you're starving, hey, that's the way it is. So nothing is generally guaranteed deer-proof, but more plants that tend to, say, give off a smell or an odor. I mean, you may like the smell, but for some reason the deer don't. So I tend to put those type of plants in my front yard. The other thing, and I've just started doing in the fall, and again, only because I'm so close to the park, fall time is like kind of prime antler rubbing time. When deer grow their antlers, the males, it's generally covered with this velvety like fuzz. Well, they tend to then, or they need to rub off that fuzz. So they're generally looking for some type of either a shrub or a tree, something where they can rub on that. I've had one of my mountain laurels damaged. I mean, it had gotten a nice size and they rubbed one of the branches there. I lost that. I have a rusty black haw viburnum, and it got to one of those branches. Now, luckily, it wasn't so damaging that I had to take out the entire plant. So this year, we got prepared and we put up some fencing around all of our shrubs that, you know, could be a potential location for rubbing the antlers. Come the, you know, the winter time, I don't have to worry about that, but there's something about the fall season. That's when they're rubbing to get rid of that velvet. And, you know, you can't stand out in your yard all day and say, shoo. You know, you may just have to do some type of protection like that. So either some type of temporary fencing. One of the neighbors was watching me put up some, it's kind of a sturdy fence. And he said, well, you know, well, what's that for? I said, the deer. If I put even just a small, you know, typical 4 or 5 foot fence around my yard, the deer can easily jump over that. And I would need an 8-foot fence. I don't want to look like a fortress here. You know, I do like my neighbors. So, you know, this was to us the best thing we could do, to put up, it's kind of like metal fencing to protect the bigger shrubs that would be wonderful for the deer to rub on. Now, they have not bothered our trees. I've got 2 live oaks, but they've been there for like over 30 years. So I'm not worried about the bigger trees, but young growing shrubs that do develop strong branches, hey, if they can rub on it, they will.
And I did see the other week, this is the season when they're rubbing their antlers. Just a quick note, I do put some protection around it. I've seen, I do put like a chimney pipe kind of a deal around the trunk and so forth, where it's still loose and it could breathe the trunk and not tight at all. So
Yeah, any young, young growing tree. My trees are old. Yeah. They've got a thick trunk. Yeah. So I'm not as worried about them. But yeah, if you planted new trees,
somebody said they wrap chicken wire. The only thing I know, my brother does chicken wire, and he forgot one year, and it just it grew with the trunk, and so loose as a goose is how I put it on, so the deer won't damage. And when they're shedding their antlers. When you see the other day, there's blood on their antlers. So another one about, you know, there's a list of plants that deer don't like out there. We could probably share that to this class. I think that's becoming more and more a problem as we grow out into the suburbs and further out. But they, like you said, Nancy, they will eat anything, everything, even the ones that say hi. The young little shoots, I think they know enough to eat just a little bit and to move on. But when you have another one behind them, I mean, they'll eat a little bit more. So a nibble, you know, depending on the size of the herd. And it depends on the herds, from herds to herds. It will vary, their taste and flavor. Yeah. At least I've noticed. Okay.
Anything else?
Uh, Yeah, in the city of Austin does have identified somebody Gary put out there. There is a guide. I think also in the uh, Ladybird wildflower, there's a database that has a list also. Um, Squirrels, uh, yeah, somebody's scaring those little varmints off too is a problem. I know it's a problem of mine because I have lots of nuts in my yard, different acorns and so forth. So they go crazy. And this is a time that's a hard one. But me personally, I catch and release somewhere else. I'm out in the country because they do get into my garden. But squirrels is another problem.
Yeah. As
It's
far
very
as,
hard to contain.
yeah, I do have put out a bird feeder and sometimes they're on it. And for me, the only option where it was like, put it up like on one of those, large, tall poles. And they still managed to climb up the pole. Vaseline did work as far as
Yes.
coating the pole with that. And you see the squirrel go up and slide down. Unfortunately, I think they realized if they go up and down a couple times, off comes the Vaseline, and then they're just right back up to the feeder. So they kind of figured that one out. On the other hand, my neighbor had the problems with her vehicle, and it turned out that they think a squirrel got in it and was starting to eat the wires. And so I figured, well, okay, a few sunflower seeds are okay. Please don't, destroy my vehicle. Sometimes it's a give and take, it's,
Yeah, on squirrels, I started to use it myself also, and it seems to be working. Small pinwheels is good. Mary Beth recommended that. I agree with that. And then placing an owl
yeah.
out there.
You can try different, they're more or less distractions. The squirrels are pretty smart.
Oh yeah.
Distractions, and you do what you can.
Yeah, I think
In the city, it's kind
we
of
all have ninja squirrels. Owls. I do have owls, so I really, which is good. So that they do deter some of the squirrels around here. So, but pinwheels I think also works, especially on these windy days, and it's glittery and so forth, or shiny, sticky. There is Fanix does sell a online or a sticky for bird wire. Uh, I've done that too. Just or Vaseline is good too. They like to keep their paws clean. So, all right.
Okay, well, I prefer native pinwheels myself in the yard. So anyway,
Okay,
let's go ahead and I'll set the timer for a 15-minute break and we'll come back. Nancy, you can unshare your screen and
Okay.
turn off your video and mute. And then when we come back, we'll ask Cleve to turn on. So, all right, have a good break. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. So Cleve, you can go ahead and unmute and start your video, and we'll get started.
All right, here we are. Moving on to the, this needs to go away. Minimize that. Moving on to the native landscape program about the plant knowledge. So here we're going to go into depth about different kinds of plants. They're broken down by plant type. And let's see, come on now. There we go. Each one is going to have little symbols that tell you where it grows, whether it be, full sun to shade. And then we've got the water requirement. We got the very low, low, medium, and high. So depending on, what your application is, you can pick the plant via that. And then, we're going to start off with the biggest trees, our canopy and shade trees. These are, what we would generally call true trees. They're, greater than 25 feet tall, generally with a single trunk, or, mostly, sometimes they can have multi-trunks. But when they're mature, they're going to have a larger than 6-inch diameter. So they are true trees. The first one we're going to talk about is a plant of economic importance. Most people know this plant because they make pies or things like that. And, it's a tall tree. And, there's little notes on each one. I'm not going to really be reading the notes. You can read that yourself, but I'm going to kind of go in depth about the other kind of things. The nuts are important for people and wildlife. The tree itself is really great for hosting all sorts of animals, from like butterflies and moths to birds and mammals like squirrels. Everyone's talking about how much they hate squirrels. But if you have a pecan tree, they love the nuts, and they can build their nests in the trees, limbs, and out of the bark and things like that. But also, they tend to shed their limbs when they get too heavy with nuts. And then those dead tree limbs, when they kind of rot out, those areas can also be really good for wildlife, like woodpeckers, things like that will live in the holes that they make in the dead pecan limbs that are still on the tree. They're kind of cool because they leaf up late. So a lot of times you can have spring annuals grow underneath them. And it's a cool shade tree that grows well in deep soils. Lots of people try to plant them in the Edwards Plateau region of Bexar County, but they don't grow so tall there. And the next one we've got is the hackberry, sugar hackberry. Again, this is a fast growing small shade tree. It's not nearly as tall as the pecan, and it has the tendency also to lose its limbs because it's kind of, again, it's a live fast, die young kind of tree, but it also hosts a whole lot of different insects from these little spots on the leaves. You always see the spots. Those are little wasps that lay their eggs in those galls. Well, they lay their eggs on the leaves and then they form those galls. And so, and then there's all sorts of larval hosts for all sorts of butterfly and moth larvae. And then of course the fruit are really tasty. Birds like to eat them, but humans can eat them too. They taste kind of like dates. You'd have to collect a lot of them, but they're fun to suck on whenever you're hiking in the woods. But it's kind of a cool plant. Right now, the American snouts are flying everywhere. If you're in Bexar County, they eat hackberry leaves as their larval hosts. So, without the hackberry, we wouldn't have all these cool little butterflies. And so if you've got one, it's best to keep it away from your house so it doesn't shed its limbs onto your home. But if you've got one, or if you don't have one, you're probably going to have one pretty soon because birds are going to be dropping the seeds and they'll sprout. So if you have the space for it, it's nice to keep it around and make like a little shady garden with it, because it's just a really great wildlife plant. Next, we've got the American sycamore. This is a really cool plant for its bark. It's got this silvery bark that exfoliates from underneath, like the gray bark falls off and then the silvery bark is underneath. It's got a really cool leaf too. It reminds me of the Land Before Time. If any of y'all ever watched that video, it's that star leaf that the little brontosaurus carries around. But that's kind of what I think of anyway. And I want to just point out these interesting little things down here, and these little doodads, because we're going to talk about them at the very end during our plant walk. I'm going to talk about a stipule, and that is a stipule on the American sycamore. So keep that term in your mind for later in the walk. And again, you know, the seeds are eaten by various birds and even squirrels. These little seed pods here, they're kind of cool. If they fall off before they pop, you can throw them at the ground and they explode. I used to do that all the time when I was a kid. And then as they mature, they also tend to rot out from the inside. So, you know, if you imagine a giant mature sycamore with a hollow trunk, that's actually where chimney swifts used to live before there were chimneys. So that's kind of a cool tidbit of information there. Moving on to the mesquite. This is kind of an oft maligned native tree. You know, it used to not be as common, you know, prior to European settlement. Fires kept it at bay, and various herbivores would eat it. And so there wouldn't be all that common. But then when we replaced bison with, you know, cattle from Europe, the cattle actually spread it around because they can't digest the seeds like the bison can. And then we suppressed fire, so the seedlings that were spread could then grow. And then the cows don't eat enough of it to you know, keep it from reaching mature size, because they would rather eat grass. So that's why it's kind of gotten a bad rap, is that we've changed the ecosystem enough that the conditions that used not to be here are now here, and you know, it's doing its thing, really because of European settlement. It's got a cool growth habit. You know, if you get a nice mature mesquite, it's going to have all these gnarly branches, and just it looks cool to me. That's nice about the shade that it forms, is it's nice and dappled, so you can actually grow grass underneath it, like you can see in that little picture there. The turf grass just grows fine underneath, so it can be a pretty good landscaping plant. And of course, the bean pods you can grind up to make flour. People use them for flour. They taste actually pretty cool if you just eat them on a walk. They're kind of tangy. I don't know, kind of like tamarind maybe. And I also see the red harvester ants carry the seeds around a lot too, so they must be using them for something as well. So the live oak, this is the typical live oak is the escarpment live oak in Bexar County. In further east in the county, we get into the Virginia live oak, but they're both pretty similar. It's an evergreen, or sorry, semi-evergreen tree. They do lose their leaves in the spring when they get a fresh batch of leaves. So they kind of look kind of bare, but it appears almost to be evergreen because most of the new leaves are gone. Some of the old leaves are hanging on, and then the new leaves start to grow before all the dead leaves, or before all the old leaves fall completely off. So it always has a little bit of leaf matter on there, you know, throughout the year. It's a really drought tolerant plant. This is the plant if you're, you know, in a new subdivision, this is the plant that they leave. It's easy to identify for people on a bobcat, so they don't tear it out. So if you have any trees in a new subdivision, they're almost all escarpment live oaks in Bexar County anyway. It's a really good plant for wildlife though, you know, from the seeds, all sorts of moths and butterflies eat it. You know, you always see the little inchworms dangling down in the spring. Io moths have a really cool caterpillar. They eat live oak. And then the imperial moth can be huge. The caterpillar, you know, like as thick as my thumb and rather long. And they make cool little silk cocoons that you might find after they've emerged. But anyway, there's tons of caterpillars and tons of bird species use this, you know, up to, I think they have counted 534 different kinds of species use the escarpment live oak. So it's really a powerhouse of a wildlife plant, as well as a good shade tree, because it, you know, gives you shade year round. And you can find, it makes a very, very deep shade, but you can find other plants that won't actually thrive in that deep shade environment with little to no water, which is cool. We got the bald cypress. This is a really favorite one of a lot of the like new developments. A lot of shopping centers will put this in because it's actually a rather drought tolerant plant. Once you get it growing and get it established, it can withstand typical Texas drought, even far away from water. In nature, they only grow near water because they need those moist conditions to sprout. but they sprout them in the nurseries and they take them out and they can grow in the upland just as well as near water. But you do notice that when they're far away from water, they tend to lose their leaves, like maybe about half of them through the summer. So the ones that get a little bit of fall color are generally the ones that are by the somewhere moist where they can retain all their leaves through the heat of the summer, and then you get that big show in the fall. So it's a conifer plant, but it's not an evergreen. So that's kind of cool that it's developed deciduous nature, which is rare in conifers. Usually they're evergreen. If you notice, we got the picture of the knees there. So this is an adaptation of living in wet conditions. Now, there's a bunch of theories for why they do it, but there's no real definitive answer. And what's interesting is the bald cypress from the hill country don't produce those knees. They're more like the swampy East Texas bald cypress that really put on the knees like we see there. So it's an interesting little tidbit. If you go to the Botanic Gardens in San Antonio, those trees all have knees, but if you walk down to the river walk, you'll notice that those trees don't have knees because they came from the Medina River, which is in the hill country. So that's the kind of the difference there. And again, birds and squirrels eat the seeds, which are produced in these little cones down here. Yeah. So next is the cedar elm. This is another fast-growing shade tree, which can shed leaves from time to time, especially in storms. But it's a pretty cool little cedar. If you look at the common name, the common name is a nod to the fact that it usually grows along with cedars. It is not a cedar or a juniper. It's a cedar, but some people are trying to change the name to fall elm because it actually has this cute little the little leaves turn bright yellow in the fall, and they're one of the more consistent fall color of Central Texas. Really, wherever they grow, they're very consistent fall color. So don't get confused. It's not a cedar. Don't worry about that. But the species name, crassifolia, is a nod to the fact that the leaves are rather thick and stiff, because crassi means thick, and then folia is leaf. But it's kind of cool little tidbit there too. Again, it can grow in a wide range of conditions. In nature, it's found along streams and river courses, and then it slowly expanded its range with the change of land management practices. But it can grow pretty much anywhere. Of course, the thinner the soil, the shorter the tree generally, unless you dump a lot of water on it. But it's also a host plant for many butterflies, including the question mark and the mourning cloak. And so what's kind of cool is that if you notice, almost all of these, in fact, all of these plants so far have been host plants for different kinds of butterflies. And that's why native plants are so important in the landscape. They furnish us with landscape and human uses, but they're also, each one is connected multiple ways into the food web. So they're the host plant for little bugs. The fruit are generally food for birds and mammals. So you might have a non-native tree that might produce fruit one time a year that say like birds might eat, but throughout the year it's not like a pantry item for anybody else. So these native plants, not only they provide food throughout the year for multiple species in multiple different ways. The leaves, the fruit, and sometimes the roots and things like that too. So now we're moving on to the Weisach. This is a small tree in the pea family. It's actually a little legume. It's one of the smaller trees in our tree list, but technically it does sometimes get up to 30 feet. And this one also generally has multi-trunks like the mesquite. It has little spines, and in the spring, it puts on quite a show. This one's actually not really showing it, but sometimes the whole plant will be covered in those yellow-orange blooms, and it'll be quite a thing to see. And the smell of the flowers I find to be particularly nice as well. You always see all sorts of ants all over it. I don't know what they're doing, but then you see birds eating the ants. So again, there's like this really good holistic interaction with the food web. It's fast growing and produces shade, but it's not a deep shade. like some other trees might be. And it has spines. We'll get into why they're called spines, but that is actually part of the leaf. And we'll get into why they're called spines in the plant walk section. But yeah, it's a very showy little legume that if you've got one or two, that can be a nice little specimen plant, and they generally don't get too big. Moving on to the smaller trees, which I guess huisach is a full-size tree, I guess. But these are generally shorter than 25 feet, but a lot of them don't get that tall. And they can be single or multi-trunked. So, you know, depending on how they live their lives, they might have, and some specimens will be single trunked, and others will, for whatever reason, have multi-trunks of the same species. So it just depends on how they're cared for and treated as babies, basically. So the Texas redbud, you know, so this is a variety of just the eastern redbud, but this one is native to Texas. And then it's also, this particular variety is endemic, if you remember that word, to our region of Texas, the thin limestone soils. It's a little bit different than the just the regular Cercis canadensis that grows further east. So the Texas variety just grows in the far western region of its range, and it's a little bit more drought tolerant. But say if you live in the other parts of Bexar County, the regular Cercis canadensis can be a normal and helpful part of your landscape. But if you live in the Edwards Plateau, the Texensis is the one to go with because it is a little bit more drought tolerant. It's another legume, makes a little bean pods that birds eat, and it's a larval host plant for you know, a few different kinds of butterflies and moths. But really the show is, of course, those bright pink blooms, and it's one of the earlier bloomers, and it blooms before it gets its leaves, so it's quite showy. And then, of course, those early blooms are important for little bees that, you know, might get like an 80-degree day in January, then they come out and they're looking for food. They go straight for the Texas redbud, or February too. They can bloom that early in the year, depending on the weather, of course. It's a cool little plant. And you can use it as an understory. We were talking about the importance of understory. So they can go tucked underneath things like on the edge, say, of a live oak, or, you know, on the side of a cedar elm or something like that. And so that builds that diversity of height. You know, you've got the overstory and you've got your little Texas redbud that will give places for little birds to perch and find food and eat bugs and do their thing. Next, we got the Candalia. You know, it's easy to spot when you're driving down the highway because it has these bright lime green leaves when they're new. And you can kind of see that in front of the courthouse there, where it's showing off its bright green leaves. But this one's kind of cool because it blooms kind of throughout the year. And so you might have blooms, you'll have immature fruit, and then you'll have ripe fruit. And you can see that in this little picture down here where you've got the dark ripe fruit. You've got some really immature fruit, these littler ones. You've got some developing fruit, the red, and then you've got the mid-sized kind of lime green fruit there. And so as they develop through the year, you know, one bird can be hanging out in that tree eating fruit through multiple successive blooms. So that's kind of cool. A lot of plants, you know, have like a giant burst of seed throughout the year, or, you know, they produce a lot of fruit at once. But this one kind of staggers it and keeps it fresh throughout the summer. So that's kind of cool. It's another semi-evergreen, and it can have multiple trunks or a single trunk like you've got there, depending on, you know, a lot of times they get dropped by a bird, and say if you mow it when it's young, then it'll come up multi-trunked. And that's a lot of the same with like huisach and mesquite. If you mow them when they're young, they'll have those multi-trunks and be, but if you don't, you know, they might just pick one lead and grow that one single trunk. So it's kind of a life history looking at the way the plant grew and is growing now. So, you know, this one has those successive blooms throughout the year, but the Texas persimmon has one giant bloom in the spring, and then those fruits come on in August, or sometimes even as early as July. Again, it's a larval host plant, but it's also got fruit, which are, you know, prized highly by all sorts of different mammals and birds. And what's kind of cool about this one is it's actually dioecious. So there's a male tree that only produces flowers that produce pollen, and there's a female tree that only produces flowers that have an ovary, and then they produce the fruit. So depending on what you want, if you want the fruit-bearing trees, you have to buy the female ones, and it has to have a male somewhere nearby. But if you don't want any fruit, because they can, some people don't like them because they attract wildlife and they produce those fruits, and then when the fruits hit the ground, say if it's over a driveway, it'll stain that driveway. But say if you wanted the female fruits, to eat because they're quite tasty, you'd have to get the female trees. But I don't know. It's a personal preference, I guess. It's kind of slow growing tree, mostly multi-trunked, and the bark, even if it's a male tree, is quite attractive in the landscape. It's kind of that silvery, cool color. So even in the summer, you look at it and you're like, okay, it's not that bad. And then of course, I find the fruit to be kind of showy as well. And then the flowers, if you get close enough to them, smell really good in the spring. Kind of a cool plant all around. A very cool plant. It's tolerant of a wide range of conditions. So you can find it in North Bexar County or in South Bexar County, wherever you might find yourself. You can grow it in your area. So we've got another of the much maligned native plants. We kind of talked about it earlier about how really changing land practices caused it to spread. But if you have some, and if you can stand them, it's a great plant to have in your landscape because it has the evergreen foliage and kind of a cool bark. I like the smell of them. When on like a hot summer day and you get like a random rainstorm, and then that smell from the cedar smell, I find very pleasant. Again, it's got little cones that look like little berries, and birds eat those. And it has a male and a female plant as well. So you might have a bunch of plants that produce a lot of pollen. Those are the male ones, but they won't produce any berries. If you don't want to have pollen all around your house, and and it's kind of in the winter time, you can see those berries. And so you can keep all the female ones. And the pollen is windborne. That's why it gives people so much trouble in the early or the late days of winter. So really, one female tree can be miles away from the male trees, and she'll still probably get pollinated just because that pollen's going everywhere. And you'll have plenty of berries, no pollen, so you won't be adding to that cedar fever in the winter. But you'll still have the landscape and the wildlife benefits. This one is also a food source for the juniper hairstreak butterfly. So it's a really cute iridescent green and red butterfly. And so again, it's a great wildlife plant. Things eat it. And these bugs help, really the caterpillars are really important in the ecosystem because they help cycle nutrients much more efficiently. So like most of the time, trees in the fall, they'll take all their nutrients back inside and then the leaves will drop. And so those leaves that they're dropping intentionally are relatively nutrient poor. But the frass of a caterpillar is very nutrient rich because they have a very short digestive tract. It's basically green leaf matter that's being expelled there. And so when it hits the ground, it has everything that a plant would need to grow. So it's plenty of nitrogen, phosphorus, and things like that. And so it's a much quicker cycle. And of course, then they attract birds, which are eating them. And their, excrement is very nutrient rich as well. So having plants that cycle their nutrients a little bit more quickly, and you need those native plants because they have a wider range of possibilities for that. Switching my notes. So we're moving on to the Ratama. This is a really cool plant. It's got, if you notice these leaves here, it's got a leaf that comes down like this. And this whole thing is the leaf actually. So, starting at the bark here, this whole thing is one leaf. So it's got a rachis, they call it. And then they've got little leaflets on the side, which are really just parts of the leaf. And so that's called the pinnate leaf because it looks like a feather. But it's got, so what happens is in the spring, it puts out that full leaf. And then as the summer wears on, say we go into drought, it'll first drop those leaflets, but then it still has the rachis there that has the wing. and that can still photosynthesize because it has chlorophyll in it. But say it gets even more droughty, well, it can drop those leaves. The rachis can fall off as well. And if you notice, the bark is green. And the bark is green because it has chlorophyll in it. So it has a tiered drought tolerance. So, you know, in the spring, it can make a lot of sugar with those big leaves and the little leaflets. Then as the summer wears on, it'll drop those little leaflets and kind of scale back and have less surface area to evaporate from, but still be able to make plenty of sugars with the rachis. And then it'll drop those rachises, I don't know. And it'll still have a small amount of photosynthesis that can go on directly from the bark. So it's a very drought tolerant little plant. It's another plant in the legume family, so it adds nitrogen back into the soil. And then it's got those really cool flowers, which bloom in the summer whenever it rains. Whenever there's enough moisture, it'll put out another pop of color. And each one is rather large and showy. It does have rather large little thorns that can be pokey, but they do have different varieties that don't have the thorns. They've been bred to not have thorns. So that's kind of cool if you're concerned about that. Moving on to the flame leaf sumac. This is a great plant for fall color if you like oranges and yellows, and who doesn't? So, again, it's another bunch of, it's a host plant for another bunch of butterflies and moths. And then of course, it produces a lot of high quality. I always see insects all over the blooms, and a lot of the blooms get pollinated, so they're doing something right. So it's a nectar source for a lot of different insects in the summer, and then the fall berries are prized by migrating birds. Humans can make a drink out of it by soaking the berries in water, and it's not poison sumac. So, you know, people hear the term poison sumac and you tend to like throw out everything, you know, that can even be related. But it is related, but it's not poisonous. They're all in the sumac, or well, the cashew and the sumac family, depending on what common name you're going off of. But this one's fine for people to eat, and you won't get a rash from touching it. And it's kind of cool. It looks really nice. It's got when the leaves are off, it's got a really weird fractally looking growth habit. It can grow underground through runners, so it can tend to spread a little bit. But if you trim those underground runners, you can keep it kind of contained. And then, like the flame leaf sumac, we've got the evergreen sumac, which doesn't lose its leaves in the fall. It's evergreen. It's got, again, pretty good little flowers. This one is kind of contained generally to the Edwards Plateau, but you can grow it other places too. I see it in central San Antonio a lot, planted by people. And again, it's got orange fuzzy fruit in the fall, which tastes kind of tangy, just like the evergreen sumac. And it is blooming now. You know, if you drive up and down up in North Bexar County, you can see the flowers right now, which will be replaced by the little red berries. And so it's kind of cool in the winter when you have the red berries and the evergreen leaves. They look festive, I guess. You know? Everything eats the seed or the fruit. So it's a good little plant, and it's a kind of slow growing, but it'll you can have it maybe as like a backdrop or something like that in the landscape, or as a small shrub to divide you and your neighbors if you wanted to do that. So this is the Texas mountain laurel is probably the best known Texas landscaping plant. It seems to be everywhere. In nature, it would generally be in the Edwards Plateau, but you know, people are planting it in Dallas and Texarkana and Houston, but it's basically everywhere now. It's got these compound leaves, which are rather thick, and they've got a very showy bloom in the spring, and the fragrance from the blooms, you know, waft quite a ways, and so it's like kind of like Kool-Aid or so. But if you like that smell, it's everywhere when you know nearby this plant. Again, it's what's interesting about this plant is it's toxic to a lot of people, and people get scared when they hear that it's a toxic plant. But generally, you know, like the little seeds are where you would be coming in contact with the most toxin. But if you were to eat one, the shell is very very tough, so it'd pass right through you. So a lot of times it would be difficult to get poisoned off of a Texas mountain laurel. I don't know if I've ever heard of an anecdote where someone did on purpose or on accident, either way. What's cool about the little red beans, though, is that since they're super hard, they were traded all around the Americas and used in different ceremonies and made into jewelry and things like that. And then this one actually, there's a kind of moth called the Genista broom moth that is one of the few things that can actually eat Texas mountain laurel. And so again, it's important to have those moths on there. And when those little caterpillars get laid on there, it's important to let them do their thing because they're turning over the nutrients that are pretty much locked up in the mountain laurel, since like deer and things like that don't eat it. So it's a way for nature to cycle those nutrients, a little bit more efficiently than, just the mountain laurel itself would do. So the Mexican buckeye, this is a cool little plant. It's not a real, it's not a true buckeye. If you notice, it's not in the Aesculus genus. It's Umnandia. And its flowers look very different from a buckeye flower, but the little seeds look similar to the buckeyes. If you pop open the seeds or the seed pods, they've got that same kind of eyeball shape, and then the little iris and the pupil in the middle there, just like a buckeye seed might have. They're a lot smaller than the buckeye seeds, but they have that same appearance. And so they have the same kind of common name. This is another one that often has multi-trunks no matter what you do. And it's got these kind of cool compound leaves that have really long leaflets. In the spring, again, it blooms pink, just like a redbud might. And it blooms generally well before the leaves begin to leaf out. And so you can see the blooms very easily, through the bare branches. And it's a host plant for the elfin butterfly there, and also a couple moths that eat it. It's kind of a cool plant. And it's kind of been spread around in the nursery trade as well, but it'll grow pretty much anywhere in Bexar County. And if you have one nearby, the seeds are really easy to sprout. So if you have the inclination, just grab a bunch of seeds, throw them in a pot, and in the spring they'll be sprouted out. So you don't technically have to buy them if you have easy access to the seeds. And they're around a lot. You can pick them up off the ground, generally underneath the full-size plants. All right, do we have questions from the first two sections?
Yes, we have a few.
Cool.
Someone asked, and I'm not even sure which word it was, but you were talking about the sycamore, and what word did he use?
It's that's the stipule. I'm gonna Google it. Maybe you can see I'm really bad at spelling, but it's STIPULE. It's the stipule. It's a little thing, and it was a teaser for our plant walk later. Because when we get into our plant walk, I'm gonna mention it again. So.
Oh, okay, we'll wait till then. On the persimmon, can different trunks be different genders?
Yeah, it's a good question. So there are, but no, they don't. One tree is one gender. And what's interesting is when you go on a walk, you generally see there's male trees pretty much everywhere, but then the female trees they're like clumped in weird little places. So I don't know what's going on there, but you'll tend to see a bunch of female trees together, and then kind of uniform male trees all around.
Okay. And do thorns growing in different directions prevent different predators? And the example this person gave was she noticed that squirrels will get on a plant maybe from another tree, but then they can easily run down the thorny tree.
Oh, that sounds like a good theory. And maybe, one day, I don't personally know. You do see, that seems like ratamas are kind of recurved, right? So you could run down them a lot easier than running out. So that's a good observation.
Okay. Is mountain laurel difficult to transplant?
I wonder. The bigger the tree, of course, the harder it is to transplant. A small mountain laurel you can transplant quite easily. If it's one that you planted in a pot, you know, from the nursery and you wanted to move it, that one will be easier to transplant than one that was grown in the, like from seed in the soil. But you can move them if they're small, you know.
Okay, and that was it for the questions for right now. There were a lot of good websites suggested. So as Joan said, she's going to send out the chat later on to everybody, so you can easily get that information.
Cool, excellent. So I guess we'll press on from shrubs. So these are even smaller. You know, they generally don't get greater than 10 feet. But they still have those woody stems that persist through the winter, and then they sprout again, you know, from the ends. So moving right along. So we got chili piquin. This is the wild variety that all the chili peppers in the world have been derived from. So it's kind of cool. It's like the mother plant for all the chili peppers, so like the ghost pepper, all the, you know, jalapeno, even the bell pepper. Was bred from this first little chili piquin, which is the wild one that grows around here. And it has cute little white flowers that are replaced by those bright red berries when they're ripe. And mockingbirds love to eat them, so they spread them around a lot. And you'll see in protected areas, they'll grow from year to year and get to be quite a bush. If it freezes them though, they'll freeze back to the ground. And you know, they're kind of like a tender perennial. So the more often that they get frozen, the less likely they'll come back. But since they produce so much seed, they'll often reseed, and you won't have to worry about you know, 1 or 2 plants dying, because you'll have plenty of sprouts from the next year. You know, it's interesting, the little seeds have to go through the digestive tract of a bird to sprout generally. You know, over time, people have bred it to where they sprout without that, but the wild ones need a little bit more help. So it's actually important for their life cycle to be eaten by a bird. You know, and the peppers are extremely hot, but apparently they don't bother the wildlife. So that's kind of cool. And you can add them to like little salsas and things like that if you have one growing in your yard. You know, depending on how well you tolerate heat, I guess. And of course, it produces flowers and fruit throughout the summer. So it's another good, consistent wildlife plant, if you like that kind of thing. So the possum haw holly is a species in the Ilex genus. So if you've ever had yerba mate, this plant is very closely related. And so it has a lot of caffeine and other things in it. I ate one of the little berries one time, you know, just to see what it would do, and I got like an immediate caffeine boost. It tasted like yerba mate. You know, I didn't eat too much of it because I think there's enough in there that if you ate like a bunch of berries, you'd actually get sick. But you know, just eating 1 or 2, or I had just a little bit of one, it was a nice little boost, a mood enhancer, you could say. This is another plant that has male and female flowers, or sorry, male and female plants. So, you know, you have to have, if you want the berries, you have to have a female plant. And then this one is pollinated, of course, by insects. So you have to have a male plant within the distance that a bee or something would typically fly. You know, if they don't make it from tree to tree, then even a female plant won't produce fruit. So you need to have, you know, a male plant nearby and some female plants nearby to get those the full wildlife benefit. You know, the flowers will be important for nectaring insects no matter what, but if you want to get the whole thing, you'd want to have both male and female trees in your landscape. Yeah, they're kind of nice. You know, they'll grow in the part shade or full sun, but of course the real attraction for them is those female plant making those berries, and they're quite striking when they lose all their leaves, and those berries are really nice. Some of the berries actually are orange, so depending on the strain you have, you might have bright red or orange berries, which is kind of cool. You know, deers eat it, so you got to be careful about that too. People were talking about having deer issues. This is one to maybe put in your backyard if you have a lot of deer. Agarita, this is another really cool small shrub. It's got those little yellow flowers that open up maybe in January or February. And they have actually one of the best smells to me, I find, of any of the shrub flowers in Bexar County, around this area. So very much like a very sweet honey smell. I don't know, I enjoy it. You have to get kind of close in to smell it though. So be careful because those little leaflets are tipped with barbs, so they might poke you. And that's another consideration. If you're putting this in the landscape, you don't want to put it like along your sidewalk where people coming by have to watch out for the little prickly leaves. But you could put them back, say underneath a window that you don't want people getting into or whatever. The little flowers are replaced by these beautiful red berries, which are really, really tasty. Again, it's one of the best. Not only does it smell really good in the spring, but when the berries come on in late spring, they're really tasty. One of the best flavors of little wild plants that I know of around here. And people collect them and make, you can make a little wine or jelly out of them. And you have to put like a blanket underneath and then hit them with the stick. And when the berries fall down, you can pull the blanket out and you have the berries there, because reaching in can be quite dangerous and getting poked. The leaves throughout the year, even when it's not blooming, are I find them to be quite attractive with their little gray-green leaf color, and they've got a very thin or very thick skin on their leaves, so it protects them from the summer heat, and very drought tolerant. Kind of slow growing, but once it gets established, it's very very hardy. Though the wood and the roots too is very yellow. And so you can carve interesting things out of it and make it, I think you can even make a dye out of the roots, which is kind of cool. The wafer ash. This one is also called the hop tree because the little, the fruits have those little wings on there. Look, I guess kind of like hops. When they're all growing together like that, they look kind of like the hops that people make or use to flavor beer. So there's like a little, common name thing there. It's also called skunk brush because people think that it smells bad. When I crush up the leaves and I smell it, I actually kind of like the way that smells. But people think it smells like a skunk, I guess. It's got those tiny little flowers, but that's not the real interest for me in this plant. This plant has a couple of very important, it's got the eastern and giant swallowtails as well as the two-tail swallowtail. They will all lay their eggs they lay their eggs on hop trees. And around here, that's generally what they lay their eggs on. And the caterpillars are ridiculous. They're like this big, and they've got these giant eyes on there. And then when they kind of flex their back, a mouth opens up. I don't know. They're the coolest little caterpillars in the world. And then, of course, the butterflies that they turn into are giant. They're like this big and very striking with the yellow and black wings. So it's just a really cool plant to have. If a lot of times if you have it, you might not even know it. It's just kind of tucked back somewhere on the back part of some little property or whatever. But if you can buy it in the nursery, it's also really cool to have because of the butterflies that it attracts. It's a really cool little plant. All right. Should we take a quick break? Does anyone have the desire to do that?
We have 2 quick questions.
Oh, cool. Sure.
Okay. Someone wanted to know, do other mammals experience the same, say, stimulant effect from chili pekin berries?
So I've never experienced a life as a dog or whatever, but apparently if you put hot sauce on food and you offer a dog food with hot sauce and food without, he'll go with the food without. So apparently I think they do have the same pain stimulus as humans, because it's actually not a flavor. I've read, again, this is just random stuff that I've been reading, but it's actually your body is interpreting it through your nervous system and not through your taste buds. But I think they do, but I'm not sure.
Okay. And does Agarita transplant well? This person sees a lot of them around, and I guess she would like to transplant one.
Yeah, so from the wild, it is possible. Again, the smaller the plant, the easier it is to transplant. They need when you're transplanting them from being in the ground to being in your landscape, it's going to need a lot of care that the very first year. You have to be very tender, baby it, and if those guys lose their leaves, that's done for pretty much. If you're transplanting it from the wild into your landscape, it's a lot easier just to collect the seeds and sprout it from seed. If you eat the berries, just spit the seeds into your hand, save it, and use cold stratify it for like 2 weeks in the fridge, and you can sprout them real easy that way. You can get a lot of seed, and then the seeds are highly viable. So I would just sprout it from seed. It's a hassle to try to transplant.
Okay, and that's it for right now.
Cool. So, but I guess I was asking about a break. I think we're supposed to have like a
Yeah,
50.
why don't we just do about a 5-minute break so everyone can just get up and move around, and we'll just keep going. I'll set my alarm for 5 minutes. How's that?
Sounds good. All right. See y'all back
Okay.
in 5. How do I turn off? Oh, no. No, stop. What's going on here? There we go.
Okay, that's 5 minutes. We can get started again.
Okay, let me see here. Oh, no, that's not what I'm trying to do. All right, now my video is going again. We're going to move on to flowering plants. So flowering plants, these are kind of those herbaceous plants that don't have perenniating stems above ground. Some of them can be perennials though, living their life from below ground during the winter and resprouting in the spring. So they have a life cycle of 2 or more years. Some may be herbaceous, some can be woody stemmed, but they might just like die back and then make a new woody stem the next year. And then biennials, they have a different growing season. They live their first year as leaves, and then the second they produce flowers and fruit, but that's their life cycle. They die after that second year. And of course, annuals are much quicker. They grow and die generally in a season. Oops, okay. All right, sorry about that. So the first flowering plant we're going to talk about is, there we go, is the rain lily. So this forms a little bulb in the ground, and most of the year it has generally maybe 1 or 2 little green leaves that stick up. In dry times, it'll lose all of its above ground life and just exist as a little bulb down in the ground. But then in the summer, when it rains, it'll shoot up real quick and produce, 1 solitary little flower per stem, and it produces these weird 3-chambered little pods after the flower that pop open and spread all their little really, really dark black seeds. But it's a really cool plant because it can exist in a normal lawn. So if you have just like Bermuda grass, St. Augustine grass, if you do go for like a native turf grass, those guys can exist underneath there, completely fine throughout the year. And then when it rains, they pop up, do their thing. If you let them go to seed, you'll have more the next year. But they are perennial, so even if you don't let them go to seed, you'll have some the next year. And then you can mow them. And then, it just looks like a lawn again. In the winter, like I see a lot of houses around kind of central San Antonio that, in the older parts of the San Antonio, that have like evergreen lawns, because in the winter they don't mow as much, and the little rain lilies like make almost like a little green lawn because they each have their little 2 or 3 leaves sticking up, and it doesn't look exactly like grass, but it's something that's there through the winter. So it's kind of a cool little plant to have. If you mow them in the winter, then they will have really short little leaves, but the leaves can get maybe a foot long. But again, they exist and coexist quite easily with turf grass. So it's a way to turn like a normal lawn into a pollinator garden. It doesn't have to have 0 wildlife benefit. Even if you want to have a lawn, if you let it coexist with rain lilies, then you've got an automatic pollinator garden. And year on year, if you let them go to seed, there'll be more and more, until again, you'll have like a giant field. If you let them go for long enough, you'll have tons and tons. And each time it rains, you'll have a pretty garden that you can then mow, when the seeds go to seed. Gay feather is another perennial, prized for its fall blooming flowers that are bright purple. The kind that we have most commonly around this part of Bexar County is Liatris punctata, variety mucronata, which is the narrow-leafed gay feather. Further south, I noticed a lot of y'all in the comments were talking about maybe living in Atascosa County. There's a different kind of gay feather down there that's white flowering, Liatris elegans. So you depending on where you live in Bexar County, further south you'll have the elegans, central San Antonio north, you'd have the wild punctata. Anyway, they both, the punctata blooms in the fall, just in time for the monarch migration. And when you have a big monarch butterfly landing on one of these gay feather, it looks really cool with the orange and purple offset with each other. I also like it when the Gulf fritillaries in my yard come and land on there because it's just a striking contrast of colors. This plant in particular, has an extremely deep root system. So you can see this one in the middle where it's growing out of essentially caliche. So it's in the ground there, it's got a little corm, and from the top, it sprouts all those really cool flowers, and from the bottom, it can have roots that reach quite deep, even into like little limestone crevices and stuff. So the gay feather that, they've done little studies on in Nebraska, they were digging, and they reached 27 feet deep, the roots. So in like, even in extreme drought years, these plants might be able to make a bloom in the fall when the monarchs are coming through. So it's almost like the only thing that's going to be blooming is the gay feather, because it is reaching water very, or percolated down deep that other plants simply don't have the resources to get. And so it's kind of like the last stop and kind of like the stopgap for the monarchs on their migration. Especially like in 2011, this was basically the only plant that could bloom because it wasn't using any water that had fallen that year. It was tapped into water that had fallen previous years. So that's why it is extremely important to have in your landscape. Yep. Moving on to the bluebonnet. So this is people are talking about, this is the state wildflower. There's actually 6 different kinds that grow. And so I decided to look it up. There's only 2 that grow around here that I am familiar with, which is the Texas bluebonnet, which has this cute little white top like this. And then there's one that looks very similar called the Sandyland bluebonnet, that it doesn't produce these little buds that are white. It's all blue the whole time. And so those are 2 that grow around here. The other 4 is the Big Bend bluebonnet, which of course occurs out in Big Bend. We've got another bluebonnet called the Bahada lupin. I don't know. It's one that I've never heard of. I had to look it up again. And it occurs basically out near El Paso. We've got the sundial lupin, which occurs only in the piney woods. And then we've got the Nebraska bluebonnet, which occurs only in the panhandle. So those are the 6 ones that grow all around the state. But by far the most common, and the one that they seed out every year, is this annual Lupinus texensis, the Texas bluebonnet. And that's the one that's been pretty much everybody knows about. So it's a host plant for a couple different butterflies, as well as the Genista broom moth. So the same moth that will eat a Texas mountain laurel will eat a bluebonnet in the spring. So this is kind of the bane of all HOAs, because people put them out and they make these cool little rosettes throughout the winter. And then, the HOA busybody comes by and sees all the weeds, and they're like, we got all the weeds. And they send you a letter saying you got to mow your lawn. And then you have to send them the letter back saying those are bluebonnets, step off. It quickly reseeds, and you can have an expanding population quite easily, but you have to let them go all the way to seed. And that's another thing that HOAs hate, because you've got all these dead plants in your front yard. But when after the blooms, it'll produce these little seed pods, little beans. It's in the pea family. And then those beans will split open. And when about half of them is split open, you can go ahead and mow, and you'll have enough seed made for the next year's crop of bluebonnets. So, it's a cool little plant, very hardy, and will grow in essentially no soil or deep soil, depending on what you have. Baby blue eyes. This is a cute little annual that likes to grow in the shade of deciduous trees. So, we were talking earlier about how the pecan leaves up very late. So if you have shady areas where the pecan grows, you can put these baby blue eyes in there, and then it'll complete its life cycle about the same time as the pecan begins to leaf out. So it can do its thing in the sunny areas underneath your pecan trees. And year on year, again, they're an annual, but they reseed quite a lot. And if you start off with a little bit, it'll slowly grow, and they're actually quite aggressive. If you have areas where they like to grow, you'll have a lot of it the next year. But why not? They look really cute, and the pale blue flowers look really nice. I wanted to just say, like, check out this name, Nemophilia falaceoides. So we're about to come up on another plant called blue curls, which is Phacelia. So if you look, that name Phaceoides looks like Phacelia, and that is this plant. So the leaves, we don't have any leaves in this photo, but the leaves of both these plants look very similar. Do you see this like little ferny looking leaf right here? If we could see the blue curl leaves down here, they look quite similar. So in the spring before they bloom, you know, you might have two similar looking plants, but then when they begin to bloom, of course, they're quite different. Also, blue curls is a bigger plant, so each plant will be larger and a little bit taller before they begin to bloom. So there's ways to tell them apart, but they do look rather similar. Kind of a fun little nugget of information in the scientific names. Oh man, talking a lot. So this is a really cool plant. Again, you can plant it in the shade of deciduous trees because it's an early spring annual, which will grow up, flower, and then as those pecan leaves begin to bloom or bust out, they'll do their thing and die, and then you can go on with your life. It's a great nectar plant. Lots of animals like it, and again, it makes tons of seed. So if you have a bit of it and it's happy where it is, you're gonna have a ton of it the next year. All right, moving on to the wild petunia. This is a favorite one of mine. It's another one that can grow mixed with a lawn. Even if it's a normal Bermuda grass lawn, it can tolerate getting mowed quite a bit. But if you let it go and make flowers every once in a while, then you have that added bonus of making your lawn into a pollinator garden. And again, say if you have them mixed with the rain lilies, when the rain lilies pop up and begin to bloom, you can let the wild petunias do their thing at the same time. And then when you've gotten your fill of flowers, you can mow it, and then they'll both coexist kind of underneath the grass for a while until the next time you want to let it do its thing. Of course, it's a nectar source for butterflies, but it's also the host plant for a couple different butterflies. Again, if it's happy where it is, it's going to be quite aggressive and spread quite a bit. It spreads through seeds and through underground. This says stolons, but I think it should say rhizomes. It spreads underground. But yeah, you can always keep it cut back. I've got it in my yard. It looks really cool. I don't know. The flowers don't last very long, but they make lots of flowers each time it rains. Oh, and the seed pods on this one is really cool too. They're explosively dehiscent. So what happens is they have these little seed pods, and when they get wet, they pop open, and the seeds go flying everywhere. So it's kind of fun. If you water them, you'll hear these popping noises, or if you're outside during a little bit of a rainstorm, you'll have the popping noises. If you can see that right there, there's one that's about to probably be ready to pop in the next time it gets wet. So silverleaf nightshade, this is one of your more weedy species. Lots of people, it grows pretty much everywhere. It grows in very compacted soils. It'll grow in along roadsides and everywhere like that. And it spreads under the ground again by rhizomes. And so if you get a little bit of it, it'll slowly form a little colony. And it generally has purple flowers, but there's every once in a while you'll see a white flowered individual. So that's kind of fun because you can see it like one white flowered colony is here, and then that's surrounded by a bunch of purple flowered colonies. And you can kind of get an idea of how big these plants can get. So they only ever get, maybe a foot or two tall, but they can get, 20 feet wide over time just by growing underneath the ground. And they're really important. Say if you do have compacted soils, you can put this plant in, and if you can let it do its thing, it will, over time, by growing its little rhizomes through the soil, will begin to break up that soil. And, as it grows and dies, it adds a lot of organic material. We're talking about, needing that organic layer. This is a great one for naturally building that organic layer. As a nightshade, it's got that name, of course, because it's poisonous. It'll put you to sleep. So of course, don't eat the leaves or these cute little fruit. In the winter, all the leaves drop off, and it's got these bright yellow berries that look like little tomatoes. And of course, tomatoes are in the nightshade family. So that's why that commonality runs through there like that. Also, if you notice these bright yellow little protuberances right here, those are where they store their pollen. And only certain pollinators can actually get the pollen out of there. So a lot of pollen, say a bee or a butterfly flies up to it, and just by the fact that it's there, the little anthers might touch it, and it gets the pollen on it, and it goes from flower to flower, and it pollinates that way. Well, this plant is like, no, I only want very specific pollinators to be able to get into my pollen. So the bee actually has to jiggle on the anthers to get the pollen to come out, and it's a way to kind of ensure that the right pollinators are getting pollen from flower to flower. Because if that guy's going around getting all the pollen only from silverleaf nightshade, and it's going from plant to plant, then they get pollinated a little bit more consistently that way. And so it's kind of cool. Any bug, of course, can get the nectar out of there, but it takes a special pollinator to get the pollen out. Little ecology lesson there. Apparently it was a snake bite treatment back in the day. So if anybody says, "Yeah, why you got all these weeds in your yard?" You can always be like, "Oh, that's my insurance policy against snakes." What's funny is it's actually used as a wildflower in Europe. So it's kind of a funny thing. And one man's trash is another man's treasure. Since it grows everywhere here, people don't like it, but it does have pretty flowers. So people grow it, especially at other places. All right. Do we have any questions about the herbaceous plants?
Yes, we have a few.
Cool.
Will gay feather work on a slope?
Yes, it will grow on a slope. It depends on, of course, anything depends on how sloped it is. But you can see it growing on, limestone ledges in the hill country. It probably will, anything that's growing in those kind of extreme circumstances will need a little bit more help from you to get started. Because on a slope, of course, less rainfall actually infiltrates into the soil, more of it runs off. And but once you get it established, again, it has those super deep roots. So it should be able to, once it's established, take off just like any other native plant.
Okay. When wild petunia is watered, you can hear the popping. The straggler daisy also pops so that you could hear it.
Oh, well, that's cool. There you go. Fun. Oh, and one more thing about the gay feather. Since it it has deep roots, but it has a corm up top. It's not going to hold the soil in. So if you want it, you could mix it with grasses, which would be really good to hold the soil in. And then you could have about the slope. I was just thinking, if you just have a gay feather there, it'll get washed. All the soil will be washed away. So you want but it can coexist with grasses quite well, since they partition their resources. So it'd be a great plant to have on like a grassy slope.
Okay, and another question about the gay feather, and then I'll go back to the popping one. Can you grow great gay feather in central San Antonio? The soil.
Yeah, so for sure. In fact, I've got some in my yard. I live right north of downtown. It loves the soil here, and yeah.
Okay, going back to the one about the popping, the wild Ruellia will pop, when watered. Will straggler daisy do the same thing?
Oh, they were asking if they'll pop.
Yeah,
I thought that they were saying that they would. I don't think that they do. So the straggler daisy is in the aster family, and its seeds, or its little fruit, are just right there in the flower. So they just fall off. I think any popping you might hear might be something else. If you're watering straggler daisy and you hear popping.
Okay. And then do mockingbirds like fruits from other species of nightshade?
Oh, that's a good question. So they do eat lots of different fruits. I bet they would probably eat the silverleaf nightshade and things like that. What's poisonous to one family of vertebrates might not be poisonous to the other family. So like birds can't eat a lot of the seeds and fruits that humans and other mammals can't eat. And well, I don't know about vice versa. I always see them eating the same kind of fruits that mammals eat too. But it'd be an interesting question. I bet they do.
And that's it for now.
Cool. I think I heard someone trying to say something before I started talking. Was that Pete?
No, it might have been me, but that's
Oh,
okay.
All right, cool. I didn't know if you had something to interject about the mockingbirds. Cool. All right, let me just move this around. All right, moving on to grasses and sedges. So grasses, and again, this is a herbaceous plant that generally has to sprout from the root crown every year, so it doesn't perenniate above ground. Opposite leaves, and sedges are in the same family, or same order as grasses, but they've got triangular stems. And so if you look at the grasses, they have alternate leaves, and the sedges have little whorls of generally 3 little leaves at once. So if you were just like looking at the plant, you can kind of tell already whether it's a grass or a sedge based on the leaf arrangement. So starting off with buffalo grass, this is an excellent replacement for like a typical Bermuda grass lawn. So you can't really replace St. Augustine in the shade. You can't replace it with buffalo grass because buffalo grass needs the full sun, but or at least part sun. It needs a lot of sun compared to other turf grasses. But what's cool about it is that where most turf grasses maybe utilize just the top few inches of soil, this grass, if you have the soil, can grow its roots several feet. So again, going back to that same study where I was talking about where they were digging down to find the end of the liatrous roots, the same researcher back in the day dug down and found that buffalo grass could have basically filled the top 6 feet of soil with its roots. So that was in Nebraska where they have 6 feet of soil. So here in San Antonio, you know, take that with a grain of salt. If you have 6 feet of soil, they might be able to reach down there. Of course, there has to be a reason for them to grow down. If you live in an area with clay, it probably doesn't have to grow its roots that deep to get its water. This area in Nebraska where they were digging had, it was like a sandy loam. So the plants needed a deeper root system. What's cool about it is like some of the other plants we've been talking about, it has dioecious flowers, but this one actually has dioecious flowers on the same plant. So the male and female, so dioecious means that the flowers are separated, male and female, means 2 houses. So the male flowers are these, oh well, can't really see it because of my screen sharing thing, but the male flowers are up on these little flags and they produce the pollen up there. And then the female flowers are down in the leaf axils and they produce the seed down there. And if you look at Bouteloua dactyloides, dactyloides being the species name, again, that oides means looks like, and dactyl is fingers. So if you look at the little seeds, they look kind of maybe like my hand going like this. So when they named it, they decided to call it Bouteloua dactyloides because the female spikelets look like little hands. But yeah, it's a cool plant. And again, imagine having a lawn of buffalo grass. What's cool about buffalo grass is even though it grows its roots 6 feet up to, the leaves are all really maybe 6 inches long at the max, and they curve. So you could actually never mow your lawn, and it would always just have these weird little curvy leaves. But it can be mowed once or twice a year. But if you were to pair buffalo grass with, say, some wild petunia and rain lily, you would have like you'd have a lawn that, you know, half the year would look like a normal lawn, and then the other half of the year it would look like a wildflower meadow. That's kind of what I'm going for with my lawn. I don't know how my neighbors like it, but I like it a lot. Cool, and it says larval host there. A lot of skipper butterflies and hair streaks use grasses as larval host plants. And of course, if you had cows would like to eat it. This was the plant that used to cover the panhandle of Texas. And when they plowed it up, that's what caused the Dust Bowl, is removing the living sod in you know, the panhandle in eastern Colorado and western Oklahoma. Yep. Cedar sedge. So this is not a grass, it's a sedge. And you can kind of see how it's not very evident, but these little leaves are grouped in threes. They're all coming up in little whorls of threes. it is the most common sedge around in Bexar County, especially under cedar trees or junipers. It loves that duff where it grows, and but it can grow pretty much anywhere. In North Texas, it actually grows out in fields along with grasses and things like that. And in the sun, it gets a little bit bigger. In the shade of a juniper, it tends to stay kind of small. But it has since it grows in the shade, you can actually kind of put it in, and over time, it'll kind of form into not a sod. You know, they'll each be little clumps, but it'll be a a little mounding ground cover in the shade, and it won't need any water, and you don't really have to mow it. So it's a nice grass replacement in the shade if you like it that way. They say combined with white avens and wood violets, which are two other little flowers that would bloom in the shade. And so you could have, again, in the sun, you have the buffalo grass and pollinator plants, and then in the shade, you can have the cedar sedge. They also sell like Weberville sedge. You could have that in the shade with a couple of other little shade-loving small growing plants like wood violets and avens. And then you'd have like, your sunny pollinator lawn and your shady pollinator lawn, which is kind of cool. So yeah, and this is a sedge. So if you look at it, don't get it confused with sage. It's an unfortunately similar name, but very different plants. Inland sea oats, or sometimes called wood oats, Casmantium latifolium. This is a really cool backdrop plant for shady areas. In the wild, it grows along underneath, trees along little streams, and even in like a dry draw, it'll grow into those depressions. And it gets this very attractive little seed head on there, which kind of looks like a drooping fishing pole with a bunch of fish hanging off of it. So in the shade, it can actually, it says, great for erosion control. And what happens is like each one will grow and then it produces tons of seed. And so you have a very dense and well-packed area. If it's happy where it is, it's going to spread. So, be careful where you put it because you might have a lot of, it might be a lot of maintenance if, you don't like where it decides to grow. But it, it does make a nice little backdrop for a shady garden around the edges of your backyard or something like that. And itself is quite attractive when it blooms. Before it gets those seed heads on there, it almost looks like a miniature bamboo or something with those broad leaves like it has. And of course, like other grasses, it's the host plant for skippers and things like that. Lindheimer muley. So this is one of the, we talked about endemic plants earlier. This plant was endemic to the Edwards Plateau, but people in the nursery trade really liked it. So now it's growing everywhere and up and down the state from Dallas to Houston. It makes these rather large clumps, and it's got kind of a greenish gray foliage throughout the year. So it looks rather attractive in that way. And then when it blooms in the fall, it gets these nice seed heads that are kind of like a lighter green, or sometimes they're kind of peachy if they, the variety. But they can get actually quite large, especially when they're planted in landscapes with irrigation. They can get like 5 feet tall. Little silvery plumes, they say. You can use it as a replacement for other different non-native grasses. We got the two-tone here. If you notice, there's the ones in the back in the lower picture here. So this is the Lindheimer muley in the back. And then this in the front is the Gulf muley that has the kind of reddish seed heads on it. Two plants in the Muhlenbergia genus, different species, but they grow, in nature, they wouldn't grow next to each other. The Gulf muley, which is the pink one, would grow in the Gulf Plains, and the Lindheimer's muley grows, of course, in the Edwards Plateau. But both of them are favorites of the nursery trade, so now they grow everywhere in the state of Texas. They're cool in nature, they form little clumps here and there, and so birds and things might hide out between them. And since they form nice discrete clumps, things like quail can run through them still. And so if you have any on your landscape, it is something nice to keep. And if you want to add it, that's cool too. Cool little plant. Little blue stem. So this is the kind of one of the, back in the day, would have been one of the most widespread grasses in the state of Texas. And pretty much anywhere you see like Clayburg or KR blue stem now, back in the day would have been little blue stem. So it's a what they call maybe a mesic grass. So it grows in dry and kind of moist areas, and it does best where it's kind of dry and moist, seasonally. And we have what they call the big four prairie grasses. This is the only one in level 1, I think, that of the big four that we talk about. But it's a really cool grass, widespread from all the way from Mexico up into Canada, basically in the center of North America, and then east it grows all the way to the Atlantic Ocean in places. And it's grown for its structure, because it makes these nice little columns. It stays nice little bunches, and then kind of vertical up from there. It can get rather blue. If it's kind of water stressed, it'll turn that bluish color. Otherwise, it might be green. And depending on where you are in the state, generally some turn more blue and some stay more green. But they got a cute little clump of basal leaves, and they grow nice and tall. And then in the fall, they turn the nice orange color. So it's almost like for one plant, you've got all these different colors by season. So it's really a beautiful little plant. I like it a lot. And then the inflorescence turns into these nice little fluffy bits, which I don't know, but some people might not like it. I find them quite nice. And again, since they stay in these nice little clumps, quail can run between them and hide out and stuff in there. And so it's an important little grass. This one has nice deep roots. If you wanted to pair it, say, with gay feather on a slope, that would be nice, because the little blue stem would hold in the soil, and the gay feather would be in between the clumps of grass, and you'd have a thriving ecosystem. That's how it was before, right? This grass was pretty much everywhere. It is what they call a grazing reducer. So the more cattle eat it, so if you overgraze, say, a field, it will decrease as cows increase, because it has rather palatable foliage, and it's also the host plant for many skippers. Yep, it's a cool plant. One of my favorite grasses. All right, do we have any questions about that?
Yeah, we have all on buffalo grass. Can you grow it from seed?
Yeah, and there's all sorts of seed that you can buy online. In fact, if you buy, there's different places that sell native seeds, but pretty much any HabiTurf or, there's, I think, Thunder Turf is what they sell at Native American Seed. They're all going to have that as a component. And the seeds are really easy to see. When you buy the bag, it's going to look like it's all buffalo grass seed, just because they're so much larger than the other spikelets of the other grasses that they have in there. But sometimes they'll be treated with a little chemical to make them look bright green, which reduces the chance that they'll get eaten by fungus. But yeah, the seeds are you can buy them online in seed, and you can buy them, if you're in San Antonio, for example, you can buy the sod, buffalo sod. So they have different varieties that they've bred. So they have ones that stay shorter, ones that are more dense, and then they have, if you buy them by seed, they're generally the more wild type. So they'll get longer leaves and be more of that undulating kind of mounding look. If you ever go to the George Bush Presidential Library, they've got large expanses of buffalo grass there as parts of their lawn, which is kind of a cool, if you ever go there, I went there when it brand new opened, but it was to see the landscaping, because the landscaping is really cool. They use a lot of native plants out there.
Okay, next question. Do you have to kill the grass that you already have in order to install the buffalo grass?
Yeah, and that, if you have Bermuda grass, it's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle. But yeah, unless you want to mix grass with anything, unless you want to mix grass lawn, you have to kill the previous cover. Now, one way to do it is to let it go through a couple summers without watering it at all. And so the Bermuda grass will kind of shrink back to just the areas where it likes it. And then you can kind of dig that area up. If you have St. Augustine in the sun, it would be super easy to kill the St. Augustine. It's just that a lot of time, or zoysia, if you have zoysia, it's super easy to kill. Bermuda grass, though, is a more aggressive, non-native turf grass. But with the persistence, you can take it out. Or if you wanted to use chemicals, killing it with glyphosate is pretty easy.
Okay. Can buffalo grass crowd out forbs in a pollinator meadow?
Depending on the forbs that you have. So what's cool is that each plant has a niche, you know, and so like that's why we have more than one plant in the world, right? Is each one is going for different resources. So something like so buffalo grass, it's a nice ground cover and it spreads out quickly, and it grows its nice fibrous roots down deep. But if you have something like a bulb, that bulb is just there to get the quick, easy water. So if you have like a rain lily down in the soil, when it rains, it can take up the water much more quickly, makes its little flower. And so they actually don't go for the same resources at all. And so if you pick other plants like a wild petunia, has very fleshy roots. And so when it's moist, it sucks it up and holds on to it, and then it can flower later. So each one of them, if you pick the right ones that are going for different niches, no, buffalo grass won't crowd them out. But if, you know, like if you have a bunch of annuals which need bare soil to sprout, they might not do as well along with a thick turf forming grass like buffalo grass. But, you know, there'll be some that come up, and then depending on how aggressive the annual is, you might be able to get like, for example, a real aggressive annual like bluebonnets would come up year after year in a buffalo grass sod. Daintier things, maybe not so much.
Okay. And this one's on sedges. The person says, I have some growing up through rock and it's difficult to control, trying not to use chemicals. Are there sedges that are invasive species?
Oh yeah, there's one that's real nasty. It's called purple nut sedge. And that one is one where you really have to be careful with, because once you get it, it is nearly impossible to kill. And that one produces these weird little seed heads that come up and then branch out. And then on the ends of those are these little purple hairs that are actually inside there, the fruit. And that's why it's called purple. And then they're inside the ground, there are these little things that it produces little nodules along its rhizomes, which are the nuts. And those, if you leave one of those little nuts in the ground, which is really easy to do, because when you pull up on the stem, it breaks off and leaves the nut in the ground. So you have to be very dainty and pull it out and get the nut with it. And then that nut is connected to another nut, and then that nut is connected to another nut. And if you leave one of those nuts in the ground, next year you're gonna have 50 more nuts. So it's, yeah, purple nut sedge is horrible. They do sell chemicals that just target sedges, but otherwise the only other way is hand removing it and being so diligent that you kill it. Because over time, plucking all the stems would eventually kill it, because it has to grow that new stem. And if you get it before it produces enough sugar to go back and replenish the investment in growing those new leaves, you can slowly reduce its stock of energy until it can't grow anymore. But that's really difficult. It's easier to get the nuts out. In rock, you might just have to constantly be pulling it, and every time you see a little sprout, take it, and then eventually over time it'll kind of die out. The other thing is to fill that niche with something else. So if you could get something like if you could get like a really xeric grass to grow in there, it might be able to slowly compete with it a little bit. But yeah, purple nut sedge is horrible. That's why you got to be careful about what kind of mulch you get. If you get free mulch from anywhere, it's going to have purple nut sedge nuts and seed in it. So be very careful about purple nut sedge. It is hard to get rid of once you have it.
And that's it for now.
Cool. All right, so hold on. Do I have until 12 o'clock or 12:15? Because I guess I'm going to run over no matter what.
12:15 is what's on the official agenda.
Good. So it sounds like I'm right on target.
Doing great.
Cool. So now we're moving on to ground covers. These are forbs that are low enough to be considered ground covers. They're mostly perennials, they're vines, and sometimes they're shrubs. But moving right along. So someone was talking about straggler daisy. This is what straggler daisy looks like. it's a cool little ground cover that you can pair with, so say, like we were talking about the pecan tree earlier. So say you have a pecan tree and in the spring you have baby blue eyes. Well, by the fall or by the summer, those baby blue eyes are going to be dead. And they've, produced their seeds and put them in the ground for next spring. But what are you going to put in there afterwards? And straggler daisy is a great, and so that's the cool season. Spring and winter would be covered by the baby blue eyes. And to replace that in the warm season, so the summer and the fall, you could have straggler daisy. And these two plants, again, since they grow in the same area, the shade of a deciduous tree, but they have partitioned their resources, one to grow in the cool season, one to grow in the warm season. So you can have them both coexisting just fine together. They've got these cute little yellow flowers, which pollinators will visit. And again, they've got the little seeds, which some, you can see birds like picking around in there. I think they're eating the seeds. Calyptocarpus means hidden seed, but they do fall out and birds will get them. It takes light foot traffic and you can mow it. If you don't mow it, it can get kind of tall, but mowing it stays fine. If it's in the sun during the summer, it tends to brown out. But down in the ground, there are these really large little roots that'll come back the minute you get any rain. It's very low maintenance, and in the shade of a deciduous tree like a pecan, it'll stay green all summer. Yep. Oh, we got frog fruit. This is another great little ground cover. This one is Phyllonotiflora because it flowers at the nodes. But it's a host plant for a couple different butterflies, which are actually, the white peacock is quite large. You wouldn't think that such a small plant could over time, but it spreads out over time, and so you can have a lot of different bugs eating it. And then the flowers, I've seen even like big butterflies like a black swallowtail will come to the little flowers, and so it looks kind of cool when like a giant butterfly is flapping around in a field like that of frog fruit. So it's kind of it's a very versatile plant. It'll grow in sun or kind of part shade, but it can tolerate being wet and having its roots wet for long periods of time, but it's also tolerant of drought. So you can have it, say, on the side of a rain garden or even at the bottom. Over time, it'll spread its way out and find the spot where it likes it the most. And so it's a great plant to have. It'll grow in places a lot of other plants won't. So in my yard, my driveway happens to be gravel, and where I drive my car, it stays gravel, but in between is frog fruit, which is kind of fun. So I have a frog fruit driveway, and during the spring, it's all over the place. But as summer hits, the leaves kind of dry up, and I get to see more of my gravel. But it's a cool little versatile plant, and it's a host plant, so it's a butterfly plant, and it's a nectar source for a lot of different things. What's not to like? This one's an easy one too to grow. If you find a patch of it, say your friend is growing one, you can just take one of the little stolons, which is the little stem that runs along the ground, and you put that in a pot, water it for a little while, and it'll immediately start to grow roots, and then you can put it in your landscape wherever you want it. So it's one that propagates very easily. Or you can do it by the seed if you want to, but it's quicker to do it by cutting. Pigeonberry, this is a nice little ground cover-ish kind of thing. If you put it in the shade, it can slowly over time form a nice little, nice little patch. Otherwise, you can keep it bushy and have it as like a little specimen plant here and there. In the wild, it grows along creeks and in the shade of trees along creeks. But the little white flowers in the shade, I don't know, they like sparkle. To me, when you're walking along and it's a summery kind of day, and you've had a rain maybe a couple weeks ago, and you see those little leaves, it's like, oh. And then the fruit are like little red jewels. And so when you have the fruit and the flowers, it's a magical little plant to see in the wild. Again, this is one of those plants that is toxic to humans, but birds will eat the fruit and spread them around that way. And you see it all the time in city parks. Like if you ever go to Opie Schnabel Park, it's all over there. Any park that has a lot of shade, it's going to have a lot of pigeonberry too. And it's a versatile little plant. Some of it's blooming now. I was walking the other day and I saw some blooming. All right. I guess I'll take the questions for the flowering plants later. We'll move on to vines. So this is a plant that makes a stem that either grows up or trails along the ground. And we got plenty of nice native vines to cover things that you want covered. So snail seed vine, if you don't have it already in your landscape, you're about to have it because birds will eat the fruit and spread the seeds around. The common name, of course, comes from, we can see the little, on the bottom right-hand corner, you can see that black thing, that's the seed. And if that fruit wasn't there, you could see it's kind of coiled like a little snail shell might be. The fruit is the kind of the attractive thing about it. It's got pretty much evergreen leaves. So you got those green leaves and then little bundles of fruit. It's kind of striking when you have the two complementary colors like that. I have it on my chain link fences, and in the areas where I don't want it, if you just keep those areas kind of mowed and patrolled, they won't spread too bad. But you know, they have a very extensive root system underground, and they're always sending up little shoots. So they can be, they're a very aggressive native plant, and then birds are always spreading them all around. So it's some people really hate it, but you know, if you have it, it's a good plant to maybe like corral into one little area because it is a wildlife plant. It produces a lot of fruit, and the tiny little flowers are good for nectar too. So if you can kind of coexist with it and keep it managed, it's a good one to have. Probably not one to buy or plant because it's going to come in on its own anyway. Because of those birds. Coral honeysuckle, this is a native plant that is very striking, one of the more striking and showy native plants. If you have it, or if you can get it growing and it likes where it is, it can produce a lot of blooms. You can see that one on the fence there is it's quite happy doing its thing. And when it's blooming, it's got those really bright red flowers, which of course attract hummingbirds. And then the little fruit are eaten by other birds. So it's pretty much evergreen. In the summer, it can start to lose a bit of its leaves if it's not, if it's in the full sun and it's really dry. But in the winter, it'll be covered in leaves. And so it's pretty good as a little screener plant, pardon me, growing, you know, in full sun or part shade. You know, if it's in shade, it'll get leggier, you know, reaching up for the sun. And in nature, you see it can actually grow up along trees and up into the branches way up top. You know, I'm from Fort Worth, and if you walk around, that's how you see it growing in nature, is up the tree, and the blooms are way out of sight. But the little berries are kind of cool too. They're red when they're ripe. And there's a yellow one that they've bred, and that one's not necessarily quite as hardy. But if you like yellow flowers, I guess, or you can have one that's kind of like a specimen plant. Virginia creeper is another. This one's kind of a cool plant in that it's a deciduous vine. So say if you had it growing on a structure, say, it would shade it during the summer, keep it cool, and then in the winter all the leaves will fall off, and then the sun will shine through. So if you have like a outdoor patio and you make an arbor, you can have a shady arbor in the summer and a sunny arbor in the winter. And the foliage turns red. If it happens, it's quite striking when it turns a red color. Some of the times though, it might just be a really dry summer and it loses all of its leaves slowly over the year and you don't get that show. But when it happens, it's really cool. If you know, and around here, there's a really cool plant. This one's called Virginia creeper, and you notice it has 5 leaflets, like a little hand. But there's one that's the 7-leaf creeper, and it has 7 little leaflets. And it grows in the hill country. It's an endemic to the hill country, and you can see it in like Stone Oak Park, or if you ever go to Eisenhower Park in Bexar County. You know, actually, those are both in the city of San Antonio. If you go there, you can see that one, and that one tends to have an even brighter red fall color because it's maybe a little bit more drought tolerant, or at least where it's growing, it's happier. And so you get these, you know, like maybe like a cedar tree or a juniper that's covered in the 7-leaf creeper, and you get those red colors, it really pops. So if you have a juniper, you can plant some Virginia creeper by it. It'll grow up into that juniper, and then in the winter, you'll have you know, a Christmas tree, a natural Christmas tree, which would be kind of cool. I've always wanted, but I can't grow juniper where I am, so Never been able to do that, but it's always been a thought of mine. The little fruits are good for birds too. And a lot of people think that they are allergic to it, but a lot of times it grows mixed in the wild with poison ivy. So you get this, you might think you're touching Virginia creeper, but you get a rash, and it may be that you actually were touching poison ivy. Wait, oh, look at that, it's poison ivy is the next one. So poison ivy, of course, the last one had 5 leaflets. This one has just the 3. Leaves of 3, let it be. It also has really bright orange, red, or yellow fall color, depending on the plant, and they look really cool. The berries are important wildlife food sources for birds. In fact, humans are the only ones. This is a weird plant in that humans have a reaction to it, but like goats can eat the leaves, be just fine. Your dog might run through it, won't get a rash, but then you touch your dog, and then you get the rash. And then birds, of course, can eat the fruit. So there's something wrong with, well, not, I don't know, wrong with our immune system, but our immune system recognizes the oil as an invader. And so if it gets on your skin and goes onto your cells, you get the rash because your body is like, that's some kind of foreign object and we got to attack it. So this is one, of course, this is not a native plant to plant, especially not in the landscape, but it's important to know about because it's one that's an important plant. It's similar to the Virginia creeper, but of course, if it's in your landscape, you want to kill it. No one's gonna bat an eye if you want to destroy it. But if there's a section of your yard that no one ever goes into, I don't know, it might be one to leave if you can tolerate it, from afar. Now we're into the invasive plants. These are the baddies. These are the plants that if you have them in your yard, you might want to reduce the scope or eliminate entirely, because these are plants that you might plant and think that they look nice in your yard, but they're going to escape and cause damage to the natural environment and maybe even damage to human environments as well. So yeah, this is just kind of a vague, this is the description of what a invasive plant is. So it's basically a plant that evolved in an ecosystem far away and humans have brought here for some reason. Maybe on purpose, it may be on accident. When they have gotten here, they are well adapted to the conditions. Perhaps they came from the Mediterranean area, which has similar temperature and precipitation patterns, but they're free from their natural predators and diseases, so they can outcompete other native plants. And so when they escape and get out into the world, they can form large monocultures. And so where you had a field that used to have, hundreds of plant species, now you just have like 1 or 2. So it's going to be mostly like, say, like a Bermuda grass colonizes an area, and now you've got Bermuda grass and whatever can coexist with Bermuda grass, which are, instead of having a bunch of different native grass species, a bunch of different native forb species, and some vines and things like that, now you've got a very depleted, in terms of biodiversity, ecosystem that doesn't really serve anybody. So you can go to texasinvasives.org, and of course, some of them are noxious weeds, which cause economic damage. And so those are placed on an extra bad list. But some invasive plants are actually economically important, so people don't care about them, and they're sold all the time in nurseries. One of those is Bermuda grass. Everybody likes it because you can mow it really short. You can dump tons of water on it, and it'll stay super green. And you can just constantly keep it in a state of, before it goes to seed like this, you can keep it in a very tight, very dense sod. Of course, doing that requires constant inputs of water during the summer. And a lot of times people will tell you have to fertilize it. And so it's come to be somehow that grass is actually the most irrigated and the most fertilized crop, and it uses the most pesticide of any crop in America. So, more than corn, more than soybeans, more than anything else, sod grass is irrigated, fertilized, and sprayed more than anything else. So if we can get away from that, we can solve a lot of problems for ourselves. It's a native grass to the continent of Africa. It was brought over, and it is very aggressive because it can spread by seed, which it produces a ton of. You can see all those seed heads. Each one of those has hundreds of seeds. It spreads by stolons, which are above ground stems, and it also will spread by rhizomes. Oh, it doesn't have rhizomes on there. The rhizomes are the worst part it goes underneath the ground. And so if you try to pull it by hand, you break off a chunk, and then the rhizome is still underneath the ground, and that'll sprout a new plant. Bermuda grass is actually one of the largest plants in the world because it can form a sod, and underground, that biomass underground is huge. So it's one of the largest grasses anywhere, you know. It's hard to eradicate. You can try to solarize it. That'll knock it back a little bit, but then you have all those seeds in the soil. You can try to hand pull it, but again, if you leave a little chunk of rhizome in the soil, it's right back. So that takes, you know, successive generations of pulling and pulling and pulling, and you can herbicide it. But again, if you herbicide it, that just kills the above ground portion. There'll be some portion of the plant that probably will survive underground, and then you have the seeds. So that will take several applications of herbicide as well. Yeah, it's a very tough plant, and it is a survivor. Very hard to get rid of. Ligustrum, there are many. This one is another very common landscaping plant, and it's very economically important in the nursery trade because it's a nice evergreen shrub, and so it's sold in every nursery pretty much, unless they are specifically, you know, like native plant nurseries or whatever. But it's sold up and down Texas pretty much everywhere, and it forms a nice little evergreen shrub that grows quickly, and people like it. So it's pretty much everywhere. And there's several different species of ligustrum. This one is Japanese ligustrum, but there's like a little leaf ligustrum, and so they have slightly different growth forms, but they're all evergreen. They produce those little white flowers, which are make those purple berries, and birds eat the berries and spread them all around. This one is a little bit easier to get rid of, though. You can either chop it down and treat the stump with herbicide. That's the easiest way to get rid of it. What happens when this one escapes is it tends to form monocultures in creekways and along rivers. And so what happens is there's no understory underneath. And when rain happens and the floodwaters, because we've built up all the surrounding areas, come, it washes away almost all the topsoil. And what you get is a ligustrum overstory with nothing underneath, and none of the native trees. Once the native trees die, none of the little babies can sprout up, and what you get is just a giant ligustrum thicket. If you go to Salado Creek on the east side of San Antonio, you know, kind of by Austin Highway, you can see tons of it in the along Salado Creek, and you can see where the ligustrum grows. It's basically just ligustrum underneath there, and then where native shrubs grow, there's a whole different. There's like little sedges that grow underneath, and then there are bigger shrubs, and then there are bigger shrubs, and then there are pecan trees over top. But where the ligustrum is, it's ligustrum and chinaberry pretty much, 100%. So the Japanese honeysuckle, this one is native to Asia. People brought it over because of the pretty flowers. It has a really fragrant bloom, and it can become very invasive in creekways around here as well. But if the further east you go in Texas, the more invasive this plant becomes. North Texas, it's pretty bad up there too. Again, yeah, when it's blooming, it's pretty easy to identify. When it's not blooming, it has these little opposite leaves, and it can kind of grow up a little bit on its own and then kind of fall over. So it makes some weird little mounding, shrubby looking stuff. But when it's growing up a tree, it can get pretty tall. It's in the same genus, Lonicera, as our native, the coral honeysuckle that we talked about earlier. That's also a Lonicera. So it's just so it's very similar. It's a very closely related plant. It's just from a different continent. When people brought it here, it escaped cultivation, and now it's causing problems. Chinaberry. So this one was this one's actually on the noxious weed list, but it was brought over first because it's a fast-growing shade tree. So it was intentionally introduced, and now it's escaped and is causing economic damage to all sorts of things. So they put it on the noxious weed list. People can't sell it anymore now. But it's native again to South Asia. And yeah, it says native to India. I wonder why it's called Chinaberry then. Oh, well, anyway. The seeds are spread around by birds. Each one of these berries, the China berries, they're kind of cream colored. Oh, maybe that's why. Maybe it's like China as in the plate. plateware or whatever. But the birds can eat that seed, and inside there's like a little multi-chambered fruit, and each one of those little chambers has, I think it's like up to 6 seeds per berry. And so it produces thousands of berries a year, and then each berry has up to 6 viable seeds. So millions of seeds are produced per year per tree, and they can quickly spread. And they were picked because they were fast growing. So the reasons that we wanted to bring them over here are the same reasons that make them invasive. And what happens is they get to crowding out all the native plants. In fact, the native hardwoods can't really compete when you have a giant China berry stand. And so what might happen is you have a nice mature woodland along a riparian zone, and you have a pecan fall over, and instead of little baby pecans sprouting up, you have thousands of China berries pop up. And so nothing really else can grow there, and one China berry will slowly become the dominant mama tree there, and then the cycle happens. So every time a tree falls in the forest that nobody hears, China berries start springing up. So over time, you'll have a monoculture, basically like China berries and ligustrum, without, if you don't try to stop it. So we talked about the wild petunia. The Mexican petunia is a similar looking species, but if you notice, it's got these more narrow leaves, and it's actually a taller growing species as well. And it colonizes the banks of rivers and streams where it's a little bit more moist. But if you go to if you go down to the San Antonio River, it's all over the banks. I used to work down there, and this was one. It's really, really hard to kill, because where it grows, you don't want to kill it because it's holding the bank in place. But then, so what are you going to do? If you try to apply herbicide to it, its leaves are like really thick and slick, so a lot of the herbicide would just run off. So you have to really be careful about this. And the cat's almost out of the bag on this one, but it's a bad invasive. So if you got it, it would be great to take it out. It also has those exploding seeds. So what happens is when it rains, all those seeds pop. They get carried by the rainwater right to the creek where they like to grow, and then they just form these giant hedges along the rivers and streams. And then you just got a weird little monoculture of this particular plant. And so what's funny is you can see they've bred them to be purple, white, pink, and so you can see different colors. It's all over the place though. And even if you think it's like, oh, I've got one in the upland where it doesn't spread, it's going to spread because those seeds are going to be carried away by rainwater and right to their preferred habitat. All right, I think I got it right. I'm a little bit over. Oops. But thank you.
We just have a few questions anyway. This probably goes back to another section. Is there a way to kill purple nutsedge in the mulch before placing it on the ground?
No, not that I know of.
Yeah, I'm not sure where they're getting their mulch from. Store-bought, I've never had a problem, but if you're getting free mulch from the city, maybe there is a problem.
Yeah, that's the one that I see it mostly. And when you get the free mulch from the city, not to be mean about free mulch, but it's free for a reason, right? The only way that I guess you could do it is if you put that free mulch out, you have to be very diligent, because the first time they sprout, if you could go through that first time that they sprout and pick them all out, it'll be easier to get the nuts out that way. But again, there's probably nutsedge seed all in the mulch, so you'd have to do that several times. Just stay on it, So it's kind of, do you want to pay more for your mulch, or do you want to perhaps introduce non-native plants into your landscape? And that's a cost-benefit analysis that only you can make.
Okay, someone else has lots of straggler daisy around her trees, and she's wondering, should she mulch the trees on top of the straggler daisy or remove it?
If you mulch the trees, the straggler daisy will grow up through the mulch. Mulch is good when you have bare soil underneath trees, because it'll keep it all moist there. But it might be nice to have the straggler daisy. Why not have the straggler daisy instead of the mulch? Because it's kind of like a living mulch, because its leaves will shade the soil and do the same kinds of things that you would want the mulch to do. but it's alive and produces nectar, whereas mulch is just inert. And I guess the mulch will add organic material back to the soil, but so will the straggler daisy as it grows and dies. So if it were me, I would just leave the straggler daisy and let it do its thing.
Okay, and then this question's on invasives. I guess this is the plant name. It's called Mother of Thousands. Is that considered an invasive?
Yeah, so that one's like a weird little succulent, and it can, so each plant has the potential to be invasive somewhere. And I think that there are places where Mother of Thousands can be a problem. But I'm not exactly, I guess it has the potential to be maybe in places where it's like more of a succulent-y kind of environment. Around here, if I'm thinking of the same plant that you are, I haven't really seen a lot of problems with it, but that might, the thing is that there's this invasive plant curve where it's introduced, then it's a problem, then people realize that it's a problem, then people try to deal with it. And so maybe we're just on the side of that curve where it's just now becoming a problem before I know about it. So the thing is that, thousands of plants are introduced over the past 200 years, and only a handful have had the unique adaptations and the ability to become invasive. So, each time we introduce a plant, we're playing roulette. Is it going to be invasive? Maybe, maybe not. And so if you want to be safe, why not just go with native plants? Because they're proven to be well liked by wildlife. They're proven to grow here, and they're not going to become invasive. And if they are quote unquote invasive or aggressive, then you're actually restoring the ecosystem back to what it was, instead of a novel ecosystem that might not have as many of the benefits that native plants provide.
Okay, one more question just popped up. Since you can't pull up sedge successfully, is there something you can spray?
Yeah, there's all sorts of sedge killers out there. You can use a broad spectrum herbicide, and then there are ones that are supposed to just target sedges. The other thing is to dig it up repeatedly, or just stay on it by plucking those little sprouts. So yeah, there's a wide variety of options.
Okay, that's it for right now.
Cool.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, Cleve. That was great as always. We are going to break for half an hour for lunch right now. I'll set my timer. So enjoy your lunch. Just you can ignore the screen for a moment. Pete and I are gonna just test his screen sharing for his part of the plant walk. So anyway, we'll see you all in, well, I guess that'll be 1 o'clock. So we'll see you later. Bye-bye.